think I see what the seagulls were all on about. That is what I think it is. Fortune may have just delivered me a meal. That's gonna be good. Or it's gonna make me violently sick.
This is Tiburon Island, situated off the sunny and warm coast of Mexico. But this is no tropical paradise with coconuts to enjoy. It's a rugged and unforgiving landscape that is the original homeland of the Seri Indians. Any bounty that exists here to help with survival is hidden under the waters of the estuaries and in the rocky crags of the desert mountains themselves. While the ocean can be bountiful, it's unpredictable, and your skills need to be strong. What it doesn't offer is fresh water. For that, I'll likely have to trek through the scorching desert inland, because without water, survival is just not possible. Happens every year. People sail, people get lost, or they run into trouble. Usually it's the result of weather, and bad weather. And if you're lucky, you find yourself either close to port, close to safety, or a way to get to an island that's got sustenance for survival. Coconuts, fresh water, whatever you need. If you're not lucky, you end up like me. My mast is busted, my kicker motor's out of gas, and I am off the coast of an island, so that's good. It just so happens to be a desert island. Tiburon Island, Mexico, also known as Shark Island. That's gonna be a long 10 days. As the safety team leaves, I've been left aboard a disabled sailboat. For the next 10 days, I'll have to eke out a survival-based existence by whatever means I can find. The nights are cold enough to chill you to the bone, and if you're foolish, make you hypothermic. And the days are hot enough to dehydrate you quickly, which is a bad combination for basic survival. But out here, survival always depends on my ingenuity and my drive to discover every opportunity I can to make things better. And there are small advantages to every location, if you pay attention and open your eyes to the possibilities. For now, I'm anchored on the windward side and about 100 feet off of a long spit of land that cradles an estuary on the lee side. There's no doubt I'll need to eventually get on land to see what I can find, but I'll stay on board the boat to see what I have to work with here, which this time includes a kayak left in the hull of the sailboat. Well, at least I have a huge advantage this time. Kayak. That'll make a big difference. I can get back and forth from the shore with ease. Waters here are fine. I mean, it's called Tiburon Island because of the large population of hammerheads that come here every year. I'm not worried about that. First, I gotta check out what I've got on board. See what I got to work with. Everything in this boat is dirty and musty and old. And that's what they left me with to survive 10 days. Actually, this boat comes with a bit of history. It was found floating in the Sea of Cortez. It's got no name, had no passengers, had not much on it other than the junk that you can see right now. Came out as if it was just an afternoon of sailing. I've got a bottle of wine and some cigars, a blanket, about enough water for 4 or 5 days. In this heat, 4 or 5 days at best. Knife and multi-tool, that's about it. The rest will be up to this sailboat if I'm gonna make it through 10 days. I still have a reserve of water to get me through the first couple of days, but in this heat, it'll run out fast. Food is never an early concern in a survival situation. Everyone can last longer than they think without food, but without water, perishing is only days away. No point in me sleeping inside this boat. Way too musty and dirty to breathe in there. Not much chance of rain happening. There's a desert. It's hot during the day and can be quite cold at night, right down to zero, right down to freezing. There's potential for it to hit that over these nights. I'm gonna hope that it doesn't. Definitely goes down in history as the softest shelter bed I've ever had. It's important to be proactive rather than letting the circumstances dictate for me what I have to deal with. So I take a moment to assess my body, what I have close at hand, and what I have in an extended area around me, and start to formulate plans for survival. Reactionary survival can be doomed to failure. I think a lot of times people come in and you can do sort of bare rentals where you rent a sailboat and head off with little experience and get yourself in a lot of trouble and end up in a situation like this. It'll be a bit of a rough night, it sounds like. Hopefully everything will hold fine. Using the sail as a cover to keep the dew off of me. And then I lock it all, the anchor will stay anchored. Before I have a chance to relax and enjoy the starry night, the wind has picked up and has started to hit the boat hard, tugging violently at the anchors holding on to the sandy bottom, threatening to blow me far offshore. This is crazy. It's been super windy all night. Boat's rocking, straining against the anchor, and not getting much sleep at all. I just keep getting up and looking at the shore and hoping that it's still there. This is when the clock becomes a killer. I don't know what time it is, and I don't want to know. Just when you think it's maybe 5 or 6 in the morning and the sun should be coming up soon, you have a watch, you check it. It's only 12:30. But in this case, I don't have a watch or anything, any way of telling time, so all I got right now is patience and a rocking boat and a strong wind. And I hope that morning comes soon. The worst way to begin a survival ordeal is with a lack of sleep. Yet ironically, that's almost always the way. And tonight'll be no different for me. The wind's picked up hard all night. If the anchor were to break free, I could be blown out of the protected area and down past the Baja Peninsula, out into the Pacific Ocean. I'm gonna have to rethink things. The tide currents seem to be pretty strong. The boat just kind of whips around as chunk, chunk, chunk for hours on end, so I haven't really slept. I think what I want to do is get off this boat. But that means transporting everything that I've got, my camera gear, and the supplies I have, and then whatever I want to kind of pilfer from this boat. I haven't seen clouds like this since I've been in Mexico. It's mist, I guess, really. Don't know what it means, don't know what it's going to bring. If it brings rain, then I get some fresh drinking water. But it also means I might have to stay with the boat, just to stay dry. I know it's not much, but believe it or not, that actually works. So there, just by wiping down the deck of the boat, and you gotta be careful because there's bird poop and stuff on the boat, but able to get some water. And water's gonna become really important pretty quick. The other thing I can do, I'm only able to do it a very, very small amount at a time. Take a mouthful of seawater. That's disgusting. You can't have too much of this stuff because it's very dangerous to intake seawater. Very, very dangerous. If I take just a little mouthful a day, it actually puts a lot of minerals and nutrients into my body. I would only do this because of the fact that I have some fresh water with me. Without fresh water, ingesting straight seawater can cause an immediate lessening of thirst. But shortly afterwards, the sensation of thirst returns even stronger. The kidneys strain in a losing battle with the sea salt and soon fail. Cells become dehydrated, affecting the brain and causing hallucinations, delirium, and eventually madness. Death is not far behind. Fishing net, some ropes. This is all going to be good stuff. I just got to get it across to the island. There's a couple old forks, some twist ties, and there is a toolbox. That's a bonus. Hammer. So a couple old tools here. All right, I'm going to try and pack this stuff up and get across to the island while the weather's good and while the sea's pretty calm. Surviving with camera gear is always a pain. Getting onto land is going to open up numerous possibilities for affecting survival. You know, the truth of a survival situation is that every day, every single new day is a brand new day of survival.
It might be exciting for me to get off that boat, but I know the reality is that sun is beaming down pretty hot. So my first concern right now is shelter from the sun. You gotta move slow and methodical in heat like this and in any survival situation. Don't wanna make things worse. Step one, survival on a desert island. Well, I'm shut down by high tide, gusty winds, can't get out to the boat, and the sun is ridiculously hot. So, 3 strikes, I'm out. All my efforts have to take place either in the morning or as the sun starts to drop down the sky. Otherwise, the heat stroke and dehydration that I risk is too dangerous.
I'm into my second day of survival on a desert island in Mexico, and there's no time like the present to find ways to better my situation.
I'm sitting here getting antsy and thinking about things, and I think I just had an idea. There's a lot of junk on this beach. It's just rope and tin cans and plastic and bottles everywhere. Let's see if I can come up with a way to make water.
With the right supplies, surviving on the edge of the ocean without fresh water is still possible. There are ways to create my own supply of drinking water.
See if I can make a water still. An active water still. Not one that's just dependent upon simple condensation. See if I can make one utilizing fire. There's all kinds of junk up in here. It was junk, now it's going to be a useful tool for me. That's not rusted through. Sweet. I'm gonna have to create a little bit of a trough so I can feed the fire without having to lift off the bucket. Well, those tools that were in the sailboat have come in handy.
In a situation like this, it's good to think like an engineer.
Ooh, okay, so it's soft copper. I'm gonna try and get a bend in this thing. Yes, I'm trying to get a bend without crimping it. That should work, actually. All right, that's a good sign. Now I'm gonna have to find a way to tighten a seal on this thing all around the edges. I might have to sacrifice something.
The simplicity of distilling water is simply creating steam and somehow collecting it to drink.
Just trying to make the seal a little tighter by putting that material in there. So if you haven't caught on, what's gonna happen here, or what I hope to happen, is I'm gonna get a fire going underneath this bucket. The salt water will hopefully boil, come out through this pipe. The steam will hopefully cool. I'll have a cooling system down here. So I've got salt water in the jar, and when this fills up with water, that should help to keep cooling the steam down. So fire down in here, heats up the barrel, comes out the pipe, down into that bottle. Cool water down below helps to condense the steam, and hopefully I get a drink of water.
In the absence of cold, fresh water, condensed steam collected in a bottle and allowed to cool overnight will do in a pinch, and it may just mean the difference between survival or death from dehydration. I can go a long time without food, but it only takes a few days for the heat and dryness to devastate the human body.
There was a first aid kit in the sailboat, so I've got a piece of this cotton, and there was some toilet paper. But the way I'm going to make them last is I've got some lip balm. So I'm going to utilize this wax in both places. I'm going to put it on the cotton from the first aid kit and on the toilet paper. And that should really hold the flame. The one match fire you do not want to miss. It's got to take or I'm in trouble.
It can be intense when something so simple at any other time takes on such great importance now. This is my one and only match.
All right. Success! Now, somehow I've got to keep this fire going for about another 8 straight days. Once I get a good base of coals going, I'll push some up underneath the bucket of water and hopefully get it boiling.
It's only the second day, and even though I still have a small supply of drinking water from the boat, being proactive and working to make even more water is vital to surviving 10 days out here.
Fire's always a good sight. Changes everything when it comes to survival.
On my second night of survival, I can rest well knowing I'm not in danger of being swept out to sea in a disabled sailboat anymore should a storm come in. But as the coyotes howl, searching for a nightly meal themselves, the desert begins to cool in the night air, and the ping-pong effect of hot during the day and cold during the night continues to sap my energy reserves, making my need for food stronger. On my third day of survival, I can start to get a handle on just how long and slow the tides are. And with that knowledge, I can look to times to get into the estuary to hunt for food. But as it is with all deserts, the window of opportunity to accomplish things out in the heat lies usually in the mornings and at dusk when the heat of the day is gone. There's danger and beauty in all corners of the earth. Which characteristic I choose to live within is entirely up to me. Survival depends upon my own choices. It wasn't so bad of a night. Got pretty cool, but I was able to keep the fire going. Fire's still going nicely. Good bed of coals. I haven't got the water boiling yet to create steam. I fell asleep, and so it died down enough that it just hasn't picked back up. Nice temperatures now, but it's going to get hot. This is not so much an estuary in the classic sense of the word, for there's no fresh water running into it on a steady basis. That really only happens here when rare storms come through. Yet it is a well-protected lagoon area and should serve as fertile hunting and fishing grounds. I know an estuary like this will be just filled with stingrays, so I want to protect my feet and my calves somehow from getting stung. I've got to make something to protect me, and I think I know what I can grab off the boat to do that. As I paddle out, I'm watching down below to see if there are any signs of edible life. The water's much colder than it looks, and the only bounty I can see are the sea slugs, and they're all 15 to 20 feet down. My old home. Well, that might be useful. Some old life jackets in this boat. I'll take them. As much as this sailboat is kind of romantic, I'm still happier on shore. I'm fortunate. I've got no issues with repurposing my belongings to aid in my survival. All too often, lost victims are weary of breaking or ripping apart something they own. It's like they feel guilty. Yet that guilt needs to be lost quickly if you expect to utilize your surroundings to the best of your advantage, so that you can turn a possibly horrific ordeal into a manageable one. While the tide is low, the search for sustenance becomes easier as opportunities open up to me. Look at this. See this estuary here? Like, it's just full of wildlife. There's all kinds of herons and cranes, egrets. Yeah, it's just beautiful. There's spots where some of the trees over there, loaded with birds at times, look over and they're just all sorts of white blobs in the distance. And it's all the birds hunting, fishing. There's a lot going on in this estuary, and I'm gonna see if I can make some of it work in my favor. There's a patch over there of drier sand, and that should be a better spot for clamming than in this more hard-packed, wetter stuff. The tide here is gentle enough that it's gonna give me a lot of time to explore if I need to. Just gonna scoop along using this shell, see what I can come up with. Just start out from here. Hey,
Look at that. What did that take? 15 seconds? Clam. 2 clams. 3. 7. Nice big one. Not bad. Because I'm already getting to the point where I'm getting a meal.
It's not all that often in a survival situation where you come across an opportunity to simply and easily gather more food energy than it takes to do the gathering in the first place.
It's a big field. Could feed me for a while.
It's counterproductive to walk a mile only to find enough food to fuel a half a mile. So walking 50 yards and gathering this easily is a lucky find.
You do get a feel for it after a while. What I like to do is scoop like this and then drag my knuckles in behind. Sometimes my knuckles actually feel something that the shell didn't hit. Or when you hit pay dirt. Look at that. That's just a few minutes work, and I've got dinner. This is where I gotta start being careful in terms of stingrays. They're on their way back up from the south as the warmer weather starts to return. And they come into these estuaries by the thousands, so it's not likely there's any in these little puddles, but they do get trapped. The tide comes in really flat, smooth, and even, and slowly and gently fills up these mangrove swamps. And that's why there's a lot that can be gathered here without having to go into deep water. The odd fish gets trapped. It'd be really nice to come upon a flounder or something like that. Well, I'm really fortunate to know that all these clams are here. I'll come back and gather clams, as many as I can. But before I do too much in the actual water, I want to get some protection on my feet. One shot from a stingray and this whole venture is over. With a very unglamorous ending.
3 days, surviving on a desert island. And as the tide slowly comes in, the water covers over all of my clam hunting areas, and I'm finished for the day. Nature is forcing my hand, so I'll take to the ocean side to see what else I can dig up.
It's just time to go and gather some more firewood. There's so much wood all the way up and down this shoreline, it's easy. But I also see some seagulls messing around up at the edge of the water here. I want to go find out what that's all about as well. Huh. I think I see what the seagulls were all on about. That is what I think it is. Fortune may have just delivered me a meal.
Whenever I spot lots of bird activity, I know something's up. And that's how I came across this little bit of food I can scavenge. Unfortunately for me, I'm not familiar with how to cook and eat squid, or even which parts are edible. And that's the trick of even finding or gathering wild edibles, whether something from the sea like this or wild plants. If I'm not sure what it is I'm eating, or how to eat it, I can take a great chance at making myself very sick. And all too often, lost victims take the chance and eat something that kills them.
Now I got myself a meal. Ha! That's amazing. I've been walking this beach back and forth, and I keep running into sea slugs, but nothing else. And then this, just hanging there. That's gonna be good. Or it's gonna make me violently sick, one or the other. Happened to me in Alaska, and I came upon a spot where an eagle had just dropped a fresh caught salmon, and you can take advantage of that for a survival meal. Absolutely. I'm probably wasting more of this than I should, but I'm being honest here. I've never done this before, never eaten one of these guys before, so I'm not taking any chances. I'm cutting off all the little grippers here. This is gonna be good.
This gathered food from the lagoon and the ocean will go a long way in boosting my energy.
And make use of a few things I got from the boat. Cooking up this calamari. There's these forks, twist ties. Sweet. The heat of the day is pushing down on me now, but I'm still gonna go and cook this calamari while it's still fresh. It's so fresh that the tentacles are actually still moving. We're talking squid. All right, I have no idea of knowing how much you're supposed to cook this. Definitely tastes salty. Wow. It's rubbery, but it's delicious. All of a sudden, I just realized how hungry I am. I know what I'm doing for the rest of the day. Eating squid. And then I've got clams for dessert.
Under the desert sun, as my own supply of water depletes quickly, it becomes more and more important to be making as much water as possible. Now that I have food, my body needs even more water, just for digestion.
I don't know if you can hear this or not, but the kettle's boiling.
With the bucket full of salt water, the steam is finally collecting in the cooling system I've made.
Look at that. That's amazing. That's basically 1 day's worth of distilling and whatever that is, 500 milliliters or so of liquid. And no salt. Yes, indeed. That's amazing. That's really, really cool. And I can keep this fire going indefinitely. There's so much wood here. And just keep feeding it, keep heating up the seawater that's inside here, and making myself some fresh water. That's more like it. That's awesome. I've always loved survival skills that keep working when you don't have to. That sun's gonna drop fast like it always does, so before that happens, it's time for clam bake. I've actually returned some of the smaller ones back to the estuary. There's no reason to be greedy here, and it's better for their population to not just go in and just clear them out. So I've kept only the big ones and thrown all the little tiny ones back. The young ones, give them a chance to grow. It's real simple. All I have to do is put them on the coals. Best way to do this is take it and just put this, the hinge end down into the coals, and then they'll open up at the top. And in the meantime, I can chew on some squid.
This particular feast offers little in the way of carbohydrates or sugars. It's all protein.
There we go. Oh, that's really good. That is really good. Sun's going down pretty quickly. I've got clams, got my squid. Oh, yeah. Wow, that's good. Now, if only there were coconuts on this island, that would be a big score.
For now, life and survival has taken a positive turn, and it's easy for a moment to get rested and prepared for the inevitable search for life-sustaining fresh water. It's been 4 days of survival, and to get myself into the deep waters of the lagoon to hunt for more food, I'll have to take chances with the stingrays. They come in here by the thousands, so a little homemade protection can't hurt.
Well, that looks good. If I were to do something like this, my feet are gonna sink into the mud as I walk, so something around my foot itself might be kind of useless.
This could appear to be a little overkill, but an injury, any injury, while in a survival situation, can change things for the worse, and all it takes is the wrong step in the wrong place.
That's not bad, actually. So if I'm walking and I'm testing, if a stingray does shoot up and hits me in the calf, at least I'm protected there. Surviving alone is one thing. Surviving alone and injured is quite something else. Stingray shin pads. Well, for the first time in a long while, a lot of clouds coming in. I'm pretty protected from the sun, semi-protected from the wind, but we'll see how I am for the rain. All right. Let's go spear fishing. So I've got a spear, the one that I made, plus a cane pole, just so I can test the deeper waters for stingrays.
There should be no shortage of available bounty here. I'd expect that in a mangrove lagoon like this. Some places just seem like they should be obvious fertile hunting or gathering grounds. But the wilderness is neutral. It neither adds nor detracts from survival. I'm always in the position of having to go with the flow of the seasons, live by the weather. Even population movements of game are a deciding factor. These elements and more determine whether or not I'm in the right place at the right time for an easy or difficult go at surviving.
Any fish that are coming in and out of the estuary are going to come right along this path. Water's very cold, a lot colder than I thought it was. Hard part is just being able to see into the water, the ripples. Just looking for anything, crabs, maybe a flounder going by. This is incredibly disappointing. I was hoping to find some deep channels where fish could be trapped. Even at low tide, there's just too much water here. So I'm just up into the back corner of this estuary. Nothing here. I was hoping to find some more pools of water where fish might be trapped, but nothing. Everything's a little too shallow.
What I am able to find are these oysters attached to the rocks and the roots of the mangroves. After a day of hunting, they'll have to do as my only catch of the day.
It's actually really easy to get them off the roots. Easier than when you're trying to get them off rocks. At least I know these are here. They're not going anywhere.
Like the clams, these oysters are going to be high in salt. Pretty much the worst thing for me to intake with dwindling water reserves. But for now, I'll take in the nutrition to help keep my energy up so that I can continue to survive and even thrive.
There we go. Well, that was worth the effort. Cheers. That's delicious. All right, well, there's hundreds of these little oysters all attached to the roots of the mangrove. This is good. I've got clams and oysters now that I can gather from the estuary.
The seawater slowly makes its way back into the lagoon, and I lose my easy hunting grounds.
I'm just clearing away some of this skin. I cut one off a little while ago, and it seems to be doing better. This one here is still looking bad. I'm gonna need these blisters to be healed up. I'm not gonna be able to walk in these boots. So hopefully the salt, the sun will heal these up, and I'll be back on my feet again and able to get out of here. I'm going to gather a bit of food, making a bit of water. The waves are rough, they're holding me in. It's not like I can get out in the ocean right now. And you just start to kind of go inside yourself in a situation like this. No matter what anybody tells you, no matter what TV you watch, the reality is that solo survival is a lonely experience.
Lonely or not, time marches on, and passive survival was no way to be. Because when something goes wrong, there's no one else there to help with the survival efforts. It's said that any army marches on its stomachs, and it's no different for survival. Stomach problems can knock you out of the game quickly.
Oh man, I don't know what those oysters did to me, but they're not sitting in my stomach very well. In a survival situation, there's two things that knock you down really quickly. Shot feet and a rot gut. And right now, I've got both.
In the course of survival, stomach problems leading to vomiting when already dehydrated can be deadly.
I'm just trying not to throw up right now. I don't think I'll be eating any more of those oysters.
This is the true hardcore reality of survival. Hours and hours and hours and even days just existing. Boredom's a killer on a time like this. But I don't have any other choice. I'll wait this out. And hope that I don't throw up. I've lost the better part of the day due to stomach problems. But at least the heat of the desert is broken by the setting sun, and I get a small break. But losing time in a survival situation is never good, and always frustrating. It's been 5 days of survival in the desert, where the nights are cold and the days are hot. But the Mangrove Lagoon area has proven to be a great location for gathering food. Finding fresh water is a bigger problem on the ocean's edge, and dehydration comes quickly. The heat and the wind constantly pull the moisture out of my body through convection, so finding a way to replenish that water is vital to survival. No matter what way you slice it, it gets cold here at night. There's a strong wind still coming in off the ocean and blows on me here all night long, which means I have to spend most of the night just stoking the fire. The sun's just coming up now, and hopefully, actually, I think if I stand up, I'll be in the sun. Yeah, there it is. It's on the feather. Once the sun hits, it's a world of difference. It takes a chill right out of your bones. You spend the last 2 hours of any night just staring at that horizon going, come on, sun, come on. And it's going to go from cold to very hot very soon. So long as my energy is still good, there's no point in not looking for more opportunities to aid in survival. It's always important to know what's just around the corner. I'm going to take a long walk along the beach, see if I can come across any other squid or something else that might be edible that might have washed up. Probably do this every morning, you never know. The coyotes sure have a run along this beach. Every night I hear them yipping and yelping. And they're obviously coming in real close to me. Not close enough for me to see yet, but I know they're here. Way up ahead of me on the beach, I can see a couple of coyotes running down at some of the shorebirds. I haven't been this far down the beach before. Yeah, that's a coyote for sure. Yeah, he was watching me, let me get in real close. Starting to feel like Dances with Wolves here. Dances with Coyotes. There's a big pole sticking up here. I'm gonna check this area out. A little mini village set up. There's that coyote. He's curious. See if that brings him back. Little villages like this one are usually set up nowadays by the military to try to stop drug smugglers from moving up and down the coast. They stay out here and keep their chase boat hidden, ready to rush out and apprehend smugglers out on the ocean. And this is the whole trick to survival. If you can be proactive, if you can move around, if you can check out where you are or what's around you, you never know what you're gonna find. You stay put and wait, and you're not sure if rescue's gonna come. You don't know what might be right around the corner. Sometimes it could be a cabin. Sometimes it can be food, sometimes it can be rescue. So just even doing this walk along the beach reveals new things to me. Things I can make use of for survival if I need to. While walking back to my beach shelter, I see that the boat has slipped off its anchor. It's being blown into the shore and destroyed slowly as wave after wave digs the keel into the sand bottom. Oh, man. Okay, this boat's in rough shape now. Let's see if I can get the keel to come up. Yeah, I can't get the keel to come up. I'm trying. I don't think that's doing anything. It's probably snapped off and broken. And now it's stuck in the sand here.
This sailboat's definitely seen better days. It's done. That's too bad. Getting out of here. That's a done deal.
In a true survival situation, the loss of the boat would spell disaster. I had other plans to move inland and find fresh water, so it doesn't matter so much in the short term. But in the long term, it's devastating. After 5 days in Mexico, it's time to start thinking about moving on and finding a greater source of fresh drinking water. The small amounts I can make with my water still are not keeping up with my body's demands in the dry desert heat.
If I can, I'm going to try and take as much shelter material with me. But it's a lot to carry. And I don't want to make this be turned into 2 trips.
My body needs fresh water, so my motivation for moving on is at its highest.
Where I'm going is still along the shore. It's a long walk, but it's along the shore, so I'm going to drag it. And hopefully, I don't think it should be too heavy. I'll put all the camera gear on my back in my backpack, as usual. Be a bit of walking today, but it'll get me to a new location, new opportunities, new ways to survive.
To keep it simple for now, I'm just going to move myself down the shoreline to the little village I found and use that as a break point before I head deeper into the hills and mountains in search of fresh water. After 5 days of survival on Tiburon Island in the Gulf of California, I've been able to make water and find food, but I can't distill enough water to meet my body's needs, and I'm only halfway through this. If I'm going to make a go of it, I'll need to head inland and search out not only shelter, perhaps in the caves, and food, but also fresh drinking water, wherever I can find it. Perhaps game trails will lead me to it. Survival comes down to the most important element on Earth: water. Without it, no one can survive. And I have 5 days yet to last in the desert heat of Mexico.
First, I gotta come back for you, too.
This is Tiburon Island, Mexico. And after being left to survive aboard a disabled sailboat, I was able to fashion a shelter of the ripped sail, dig for clams in a protected lagoon area close by, and even make a small supply of fresh water by distilling salt water. Eventually, the sailboat sank in the shallow waters as its keel was dug into the sand by the wind and waves, and now I'm on the move in search of a fresh supply of water, and as always, to see if I can better my circumstances. I'm moving on to see just what I can find inland, but most importantly, to find a more reliable source of drinking water.
This looks like my new home.
I'm going to make camp at a small abandoned village built in the style of the Seri Indians by the military as a place for scouting drug runners. Throughout these areas, the Seri Indians created these small, airy villages and places of food gathering.
I got the long walk back to go grab a fire log and bring it here.
Back along the beach at my first shelter location, along with items I can't carry forward, I've left my only fire going so that I can retrieve a burning log and bring my fire forward. A necessary job since I have no matches or lighter.
Still going.
I still have 5 more days to survive in the heat of the Mexican desert.
I'm just gonna shift over here. There's another shelter here and their old fire pit. So I have a feeling it's here for a reason. The wind is just, as you can see, picked up intensely. I mean, it's even blowing seaweed across the beach now. Wind like this works in a convection sense. It just sucks the moisture right out of your body constantly. That's why it's better for me to keep this shirt on, even if I'm a bit hot, to stop the wind from constantly sucking moisture out of my body. As it is, I can feel some of the symptoms of dehydration now. I certainly haven't urinated in an awfully long time. I gotta search for water.
Survival is almost always centered around the ever-present need for fresh drinking water. In the desert and at the ocean's edge, the need is amplified by the heat and dry winds.
You know, I hear so much of this nonsense about fighting against nature, you know, man versus the wild sort of thing. And it really is nonsense. The wilderness just is. It's not against me, it's not for me. It's here, it's benign, it just is what it is. And right now, it's windy. I went around and liberated some more rope from the camp, and I got to thinking about my sleeping arrangements and how I can make them better.
The advantage of taking the sail from the boat is paying off huge now.
Okay, you can see this is gonna take a while, so lead me to it, and I'll show you what I've got when I'm done.
This is one of those times where a little bit of simple acquired skill sets, like how to sew, can really pay off in a survival situation.
I think I did it. Made myself, essentially, a bivy sack. Ha 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 ha. Look at that. That's gonna work. Sweet.
I've carried with me a small supply of fresh clams dug out of the sand at my last shelter location.
Time to chow down on clam. Maybe that's where the name clam chowder came from. I probably shouldn't be eating because it's lack of water, but I'm hungry. And the clams are the one thing that's easy and plentiful.
Clams are also salty, increasing my need for more fresh water.
And it was good. This should be a lot better than last night. This bivy sack I've made out of the sail with the blanket, it already feels more comfortable. I've got the fire burning in behind me, which is great. I can feel heat from here and I can stoke it all night long. So this is making circumstances a little better.
Most of my survival needs have been met. Fire, shelter, sleeping bag, and even food. So now it comes down to the most important need of all. Water.
I was thinking that on first sunlight I would get up and make my move into the hills, and then I realized that, well, I'm gonna need more food. I'm gonna take food in with me just in case there's nothing in there. I don't know what I'll find once I get in there. Tide is just going down nicely right now, so it makes walking easy. I'm gonna walk back to the estuary, check the ocean along the way for anything that might have come in overnight, any more squid. It'll also give me one more day for these blisters to heal, because they're still not so good.
Sometimes in survival, I find myself in the center of a competition for food sources, water, and even shelter.
Looks like my dances with coyotes has returned. Just hunting the shoreline looking for a meal. Just like me.
Survival for the coyote in a desert place like this mirrors my own. We both just want the same things: food, water, and shelter.
As always in a survival situation, the land is the grocery store. So I'm heading back to the grocery store. There's no harm in checking out these tide pools close to camp. You never know what you're gonna find unless you go exploring. Nice. There's another food source here. This guy right here, called limpets. There we go. There he is. This guy is a tasty morsel, and I don't have to bother cooking him either. Just basically liberate him and eat. Like everything here, salty, but that's really delicate and juicy and good. There's a bunch more limpets here, so I can pick them and eat them as they come. Yeah, there's a nice big one. Ouch. Bonus. All right, so I've got another source of food here. I'll just scour along these shores, eating as many of these limpets as I can. There's also a lot of rock oysters here. but the way they treated my stomach yesterday, I'll hold off on the oysters. I don't want a chance of getting sick like that again. This should be a really good spot for collecting scallops. Well, sadly, you can see why there's no scallops left on the other side. I searched in vain to see if I could find some scallops to eat. It was a good area for it. But because this place has been habitated by people before, they fished it out. That's what happens when you don't leave behind a population to regenerate. You leave nothing behind.
Leaving something behind for the future is what makes survival possible.
So while I was out clamming, I went back to my old survival site and I grabbed the water still. Thought I'd put it back in action. It can make me up to a pint a day. It's been working really well. It's exactly the same as I had it set up before. Got the fire underneath. It's filled with ocean water. Steam comes out the top, fresh water steam, and drops into my bottle. So I want to get a couple more pints before I head into the hills there. I also gathered a ton of clams, so I should be okay for a little bit, a couple of days anyway in terms of food. Last thing is just these blisters on my heels. Waiting out one more day here, I'll give them just a chance to just get a little bit more healed over, hopefully. And so I'm gonna stay here tonight and head in tomorrow.
My movements, every movement, is usually dictated by the weather or the time of day. I want to make my move here during the cooler morning hours before the sun becomes intense overhead, making travel arduous. Water, or at least the need for it, is my motivation.
Reward. There we go. Reward. Did this once before, about 10 years ago. The very first Survivorman adventure, ordeal, survival situation, whatever you want to call it, that I went on. I'm going to do it again. Here goes nothing. The offshore wind will take that bottle very far.
Hours into the day, my water still has plenty of time to do its job and provide me with a small bit of fresh drinking water.
Well, it's working again. Check it out. Yes, indeed. That's great. Perfectly distilled water. There's some copper flakes in there, but that's all right. I'll take those.
The water I've made is indeed a great help, but it's no longer enough. And if I don't make a move, I'll start to slowly dehydrate. I've collected some more clams to give me nutrition and a small bit of energy. I've also grabbed a few pieces of beach junk, a tin bottle, and some plastic bottles for my travel kit. So with some rest, I can make my way into the hills tomorrow. Well, the winds are still howling. That's it for another day out here. This is day 6, I think. I'm heading into day 7, and I hope the winds abate throughout the night. I'm gonna crawl into my bivy sack. I'll let the water still keep working throughout the night. It's making me good water. And then I'm gonna head into the valley, into the rocks, where I know there's drinking water, there's springs. I don't know if there's any food, though. That's gonna be the tough part. Into the land of the coyotes. That was a cold night. I know it's hard to imagine a place that can be so hot during the day and cooling down to be so cold at night, but a desert is that kind of place. And I'll tell you, if it gets any colder than it did last night, I'll be waking up to frost. Well, the good news is that since it is so cool this morning, it gives me some sort of more refreshing strength to get up and pack up my bivy sack and my camera gear and head into the hills before it gets too hot, before that sun gets too high overhead. It's time to move on. It may be only a day's trek into the mountains and rocky hills, but under the heat of the sun, it's still enough to tax my energy reserves significantly, especially when you consider how little food I've had for 6 days now. If I don't find water, it'll all be for nothing.
I was almost getting ready to leave, and I was trying to think, okay, how am I going to carry the fire now? I've got no more matches, so how do I get the fire into where I've got to go? So how can I carry this fire? And then all of a sudden it occurred to me, hang on a second, I still have, from when I was on the sailboat, 3 of these babies left. There we go. Instant fire carrier. I've got 2 more of these cigars, and I'm sure if I just sort of hold them and let the wind work on them, with any luck at all, that'll last me through to wherever it is I end up tonight. And that takes care of the first leg of the journey. That's a good idea. Okay. I've got the pack full of my camera gear, the bivy sack on it. I've got clams, and there's tons of these water bottles and pop bottles around here, plastic. So I filled up as much water as I could. I think I got another day, maybe. Here we go. All right. There's something important right now. There's something bothering me just on the bottom side of my foot. It's always critical in a long hike to get rid of any hot spots or anything that's going to bother your feet as you go, or it just can wreak havoc later. You know the old saying, it's not the desert that'll stop you, it's the grain of sand in your shoe.
Days into surviving on a desert island off the coast of Mexico, my search has turned to primarily finding water. There was plenty of food to gather on the ocean coast, but my trek will take me inland now, where I hope to find small pockets of rainwater caught in the smooth rocks of the desert.
That's the first little score in the desert here. These are goji berries, and definitely edible. Pay a lot for these back in Canada. Oh yeah, these are excellent. It's the first real fresh food I've had in a long time. So I'm gonna take advantage of this, eat them all. All right, now this little plant here would have been good to have had early on my week because it's a healing plant. And a poultice of this, or if I were to put this in boiling water and steep it, and just steep it for a long time, even just hot water, and then put my foot in that, it would have been extremely healing for my blisters. It's been nicknamed Governess. I think I'll scoop some up with me now, just in case. Just as I walk, I'm looking for any signs at all of directional life, whether it be ancient human activity, or coyotes, or deer, sheep. And the thing is, the animals know where the water is. They got to drink too. Might have to weave my way in and around cactuses and thick bush. But either way, I'm keeping myself on course. I'm heading straight for a sort of a very bright patch of hilltop in the distance there. If I just keep my eye on that and keep going straight forward, all the weaving and twisting I'm doing won't matter, and I can just stay straight and on course. That sun is pretty hot overhead. I'm not sure how much farther I'll go.
Some places on this planet can consume the living. The Arctic, the jungles, and the deserts rank supreme in this aspect.
I gotta take a break. It's midday in the Mexican heat, and you can sure feel it. Oh, I gotta go check on that cigar, make sure it's still burning. It's been strapped to my pack. Whew! I was actually close. It's getting down. I think I'm gonna transfer. I think it's gotta be one of the most unique methods of fire carrying I've ever done. All right. Not sure how much farther I gotta go, but I'll get the next one going. All right, I had it strapped onto the back of my pack, just sort of tied in a little spot, figuring the wind would keep it going, and it did. It worked well. But I think I don't want to take any more chances. I think I'll carry it from here on in. Well, I still got fire. problem with holding on to the cigar as my fire carrier is I'm always putting it in my mouth, and I actually think I'm burning it down a little quicker. It lasted longer when I just had it sort of strapped to my pack, believe it or not. Had it in a place where it wouldn't burn the pack. So I think I'll just hold on to it, and hopefully it'll get me to where I'm going. Sun's beating down. I don't think I'll go too much farther though. I think I'm gonna call this home. There's a nice big tree here for shade for the next few hours. Lots of firewood, and my feet are really overheating, so I'd like to cool them down. Also, my cigar is starting to get really low and I only have one left. I'm gonna need it to get further in tomorrow, so I'll get the fire going. This will be home for tonight. Biggest hazard here now is gonna be scorpions. Lots of them. They mostly hide out in the barks of the trees, but they could be under these rocks too, so. There's also rattlesnakes. And here, it's a peculiar kind of, it's a rattlesnake without a rattle. Oh, what do we got here? And spiders. Black widow spiders is the other concern. Lots of them here too. I don't know what all these spiders are, but I'm gonna treat every single one of them as if it's a brown recluse or a black widow.
Even in the dry, hot desert, proper preparation for fire starting is still vital to success.
Probably only gonna get this one chance at a fire, so I'm gonna take my time and make sure I get it right. Yeah, I'm just wondering if this bandana. Hey, there we go. 100% cotton. So my bandana is 100% cotton. That's a really good thing, because I'm gonna make use of it. Just use enough so I can still wear it. What I wanna do is I wanna rough it up, break up the fibers so that it's somehow kind of fluffy. I've looked around the desert here and I'm just not seeing anything fluffy. Lots of pointy and prickly and stabby things, but nothing fluffy. Yeah, there we go. Just breaking up these fibers nicely so I could pull them apart with my fingers if I wanted to. A lot of vultures flying overhead. That's not a good sign. I'll start off with this small piece, see if I can do it. Hopefully that'll do the trick. Just keep all this small stuff right there and ready. Shove the cigar in, blow. And I think the beauty of this is I might be able to actually blow from the end of the cigar, from the non-lit end, to make this work. It's gonna be tricky.
It's always a matter of striking the right mixture of breeze or no breeze to get the coal to take and finally turn into a flame.
Come on, come on. Hey. Okay. Yeah. Right little shot of wind at the right time, and poof, off she goes. I got fire. Courtesy of my brand new patented fire carrier. Awesome. All right. Now that I've got the fire going, that's a huge bonus. Wait out the day, and most importantly, start to conserve my energy, conserve my water that's in my body, try not to drink too much because I don't have that much. And if I feel I can stomach it, I'll eat some clams tonight. For now, I gotta wait out the heat of the day. Oh, that's better.
With the fire lit now, I can save burning up any more of my cigar and keep it for more fire carrying tomorrow.
This whole area here is just rich in artifacts. All the clam shells, they're brought here by humans and eaten. This is a campsite from the Siri Nation. who knows how old, hundreds of years, thousands of years. Pottery shards everywhere. There's a piece right there. Look at that. It's got, you can still see the burn on it from the fire hardening. It's a good sign for me that people have survived here before, because I'm surviving here. And it means that I'm on the right path, too. They would have always taken the path of least resistance, always camped in areas that were good for human beings. It's just what we do. Rich in history and rich in artifacts. Look at that, eh? You can sure tell a black widow web when you see it. It's just kind of gnarly and messy and in the front of a hole. Lots of them here. I can't be certain, but I think that might be a black widow spider. I don't recognize the red hourglass markings that you see in the classic sort of textbook version, but I'm in Mexico. That doesn't mean that that's not it. So, interesting. It was a gnarly web, same sort of body shape and size, and with the strange markings on the back of it. So, could be. I'll have to check the textbooks when I get home. Assuming I make it home.
I've set up camp in the same area the Seri Indians did for 1,000 years on their way into the mountains for survival. And in doing so, it always leaves me with a sense of awe.
Oh, here we go. It's dinner time. Well, it's better than nothing.
Like the Seri before me, I'll sleep out the night on the flats in the company of coyotes and under the stars of the ancestors, knowing that my quest will take me into the rocky crags of the mountain desert in search of any food sources, shelter, or water that I can find.
Away we go. You know, being able to follow a trail is as much intuition as it is common sense. You just got to really pay attention. I've been walking along here. There's a very, very slight indentation. It's just a gentle, 1-inch depression here, sculpted along this way here. And that's all I'm following. Sometimes that's all you need, just a little slight recognition of what looks like a place where people or animals would go. And when that happens, I always sort of project, well, where would I go? Where would the animals go? And this trail, whether animal or human, is definitely a trail. Now, if you come up here and check this out, look at, you see all these branches here, they're all broken off. They're broken off all evenly and in line. And they're all broken and sort of flattened down on the trail as well. And it's all leading to where I want to go, so that's a good sign. You see that? So, pick out the trail. It's not always easy. Look, here it gets even better with trails. This is really hard to see, I'm sure, but there's actually a trail that comes up this way and another one that comes in that way, forming a Y or a V, depending on which way you want to look at it. And the Y, the stem of the Y, when trails come together, in the case of animals, almost always points to water. And it's because these animals are coming from throughout different areas, and they're all converging in on the same spot. And when I see a Y like that, it's going in that direction, and I see a pronounced trail along here, I know I'm still in the right direction. It's the way I'm heading.
Even a rocky desert can offer up supplies along the way, supplies that may help me out later.
I'm just grabbing some of this paper bark here. You never know. I still got the cigar going. It's working well. As my fire bundle. But when I get there, I don't know what I'm going to find. So since I'm seeing this paper bark here along the way, it's prudent to grab some now, just so I've got some good light fire starter when I get there. This looks like a place to take a break in the shade. My cigar went out. So I've got no fire.
Without fire, I could be in the worst-case scenario. If I do find water, that's one thing. But if it's stagnant and filthy, it'll have to be boiled. I was on the search for water, and now find myself without fire, too. So I have two survival priorities, water and fire. Without water, I'll dehydrate fast and be forced to do a march back out to the ocean coast to try to make small drinks of fresh water by using the water still I left behind.
Well, there's lots of caves. Can spot them. All sorts of little caves along here. Good shelter from the sun. Don't need it from the rain, but just further up, there's reeds. And reeds are a good indication of water. I don't think I'll go any further. If there's water here, then here's where I'm gonna stay. I see this? Canes like this grow for a reason. They need more water than the cactus or a lot of these shrubs around here. I'm gonna check it out. All right, this is looking even better now. Well, actually this looks pretty sludgy. It's not really water I'm gonna wanna drink just the way it is, but it's promising. So if this is like this here, then I'm gonna go up into the canes, in the reeds, and just dig and see if I can get some better, fresher water there. If not, I've got this dripping source here. It's looking pretty slimy. I'm gonna wanna boil this water first. Let's go up into the canes themselves, see what I can find.
This water comes from a very slow-moving natural spring within the earth itself. To drink it, I really should only take one option, and that's to boil it first to kill any parasites. That is, if I can get a fire going. The good news is that I'd scavenged a small metal bottle from the beach, so I at least do have something to boil water in.
All right, that's a start. Huh. Well, what have we here? That is a fig tree. Fig tree is a softwood. Let me tell you what softwood is good for. Fire bows.
I'll gather a few sticks to try my hand at fire by friction.
I do see a cave just over there. I'm gonna go check out that cave. Looks awesome. I can get out of the sun, and it's close to some water. That sounds like a shelter location to me. There's sheep poop in there, but I can clear that out. Here's my view. Right. Let's try this. There we go. This is a shell I actually just brought from the ocean. I can put the spindle right up in here, and I think I'll be able to hold it down. It'll be my bearing block, basically. You can see the edge out there. Now, normally, I always put my baseboard over top of my tinder bundle so that the coal's already in the tinder bundle, and I go for it. The tradition here in the desert is that they don't. They always have a piece, a little platform thing underneath that they catch the coal and then they transfer. I don't like that extra step, but in honor of my desert friends, that's the way I'm gonna do it. Here comes the wind. So this is the problem. The wind starts blowing, you pick this up and it blows off and you've lost your ember. Let's give this a shot. Wish me luck.
Everyone prefers different mixtures of wood for this. I happen to prefer using softwood spinning against softwood. I like how both grind down into a hot dust together, rather than just one piece being hard and grinding the other one down. When I first get the smoke, it's not ready. That's just my signal to keep spinning, and not stop until I'm either exhausted or I'm sure I have enough hot dust.
Gotta come off it real careful. Here we go. Transfer.
This is a small ember the size of the end of a cigarette. Drop it, knock it, or squeeze it too hard, and I risk destroying it and having to start all over again. It takes patience and skill to get a fire going without matches, but once you have the feel for it, you never lose it. It's like riding a bike. A bike that can save your life.
There we go. Woo! Touch and go. Woo! Yeah, that is sweet. Why is that so exciting? Because that means purified water now. And that's how it's done. Home sweet home. Fire, water boiling, good protection from the sun in the heat of the day. Cave is probably, by far, you know, the best survival shelter you can find. You come across a cave, it's brilliant. It saves a lot of energy. And the only thing about the fire in the cave is I'm keeping my fire just outside. There's the thing about heating up rocks a little too quickly. You know, you get the fractures and the rocks come down. And I don't want any of these rocks to come down on me. Okay. It boiled. Wow, that's good. First of all, it's good just to have boiled water. When you're out in a situation like this, you go so long without anything that's ice cold or anything that's nice and steamy hot. So to get boiled water is already a godsend. But just to get water at all in a place like this is a big thing. But I'll go looking further tomorrow to see what else I can find. If there's water here and there's that much of it, there may be more if I go further upstream, so to speak. Start to get the dehydration headaches after a while. And they're never fun.
I have fire and some water, but they won't be enough, and I'll need to keep moving to find a better, fresher, and larger supply of water. I'm also geographically too far away from a constant food source. It would seem somewhere in the middle might be the best option.
I've brought 2 of these from the ocean coast, and I'm going to sacrifice one right now to help with my feet. A plant that I gave the common name, the governess, to, that I grabbed while I was on the trail, made it in with me here. I've still got it, so now's the time to use it. Helps to have a good sharp knife, that's for sure. This is already nicely bruised from being in my pocket. There's a use for a knife I bet you never saw before. Pot holder. Oh yeah. These blisters on my boots have been, these blisters on my feet. Yeah, I could use some more food. When I start talking in incomplete sentences and not getting my thoughts together, I know I'm getting pretty hungry. These blisters on my feet have been pretty bad, but the salt and the sand and this ocean water helped a lot. Just the same, I can really increase the healing speed. So I'm just going to get it set and put my foot in it. Oh, that's hot. Wow. I added hot water to it. That's really hot on the foot. I'm gonna let that soak for a while. And as long as I can, I'll probably sit here for a good hour or so.
With things finally starting to look up, I'll combat the boredom of being alone with some wilderness craftsmanship and try to make a simple cane flute.
I guess I'm just not a flute maker. That's much better. Dinner is served. Clams again, but I'm not going to complain. That's the last of my dinners. It's the last of my food.
Inasmuch as being out on the ocean coast is too far from a good source of water, being here in the mountains is too far from a constant food source. The estuary is a day's walk away. The best place for me to eventually be has clearly become somewhere in between the mountain water supply and the coastal food supply. Tomorrow, I'll climb the hills a bit in search of opportunities.
Long ways up. Just gonna keep climbing and exploring. See what else I can find, as long as I can do it carefully. You don't just scale these things quickly and snap an ankle or go flying off it, because that turns a straight survival situation into a real emergency.
Wow. Definitely gives me a better lay of the land. And there's where I came from. Way out there. That's my little cave, way, way down there. I don't know if you can see it, but there's another big, big pool of water down there.
If this turns out to be good fresh water I don't need to boil, then I may have found the missing piece to this survival puzzle, a constant supply of fresh water.
Because this is enough water to keep me totally refreshed and even fill up my water bottles. And maybe then head back down to the coast where I know the food is. I gotta have a drink. One of the best ways to get this water out of here is actually to get one of those cane reeds and just drink with a straw out of it. The reason that I would drink out of a straw is because I can actually contaminate it with my own germs. So it's best to keep my human hands and face and lips and all that out of the water and let it stay fresh. I know the green sludge doesn't look good, but this is pretty much rain collection. It should be fine. Ah, yeah. There's a green tinge to it, but that's all right. That's gonna be good. Woo! This is beautiful. Oh, it's cold. And it's good.
In spite of the disgusting-looking green algae in the water, this rain-catch puddle is quite safe to drink. The Seri Indians would have gathered water from these little pockets for hundreds of years. But I can't stay here. The food source is a day's walk away. The water is here. My place should be back on the flat of the land, straddling between the water and the food, moving every day for a few hours to get what I need. Without a heavy pack on, it won't be a problem. Survival doesn't always mean sitting still in one place.
All right, well, I figured out where the good water is, and I know where all the food is, out in the ocean. Best place is to be on the flat of the land. I mean, that's where the Seri used to camp, right in the middle. Come up here to get the water, go down to the ocean to get your food. And that's where I'm headed tonight. I'm gonna camp out on the flat of the land, and tomorrow, a rescue boat should be waiting for me on the beach. That's survival on Tiburon Island, Mexico. Oh, one more thing. And this time, I am making the crew come all the way in here to get this camera.
Throughout history, humans have struggled to achieve the three basic needs: food, water, and shelter. Today, modern societies employ trucks, trains, and planes that bring our basic needs right to our doorsteps. But it's not always like that, even in these modern times. In survival, victims have always needed skills and even intimate knowledge of the land to keep from perishing. Out here, you've got to fend and forage for yourself. As I've discovered here in the deserts of Mexico, food and water are not always neighbors. And so shelter must be built in between the two. And you've got to undertake a day's journey to eat or drink, but not in the same direction. The peoples of the land have known this since the beginning of human existence. It's a lesson we can't afford to ignore. Our own survival just may depend on it. Norway. Beautiful, yet frigid. Lush, yet rugged. A land of extremes in both climate and topography. You can go from deep snow down to green fjords within a day's trek. This is the harsh and intense land where the Vikings struggled to survive. And like everywhere else in the world, modern adventurers and travelers drive over thousands of miles of snow-covered mountain roads and then get lost and stuck in extreme survival situations. How anyone survives is entirely up to their own will to live and sense of ingenuity. So now it's my turn to show you how a simple mountain drive on a snowy day can turn into a 10-day-long struggle to survive. Washington, Colorado, Nevada for sure, Canada, Norway, wherever there are roads through mountains, there are people willing to take the chance to try to push on through to their destination. Ill-prepared, in bad weather, and bad road conditions. Way too often, the result of stranded vehicles, lost people, and sometimes lost lives. Why don't people just walk back exactly the way they came, immediately, or wait till the next morning? Even if it was 70 miles back, at least you know where that road leads. For some reason, people would rather take the chance and hike over some hill that they don't know because they think it's a shortcut to safety. And in reality, it's a one-way ticket to hell. So now it's my turn. Stranded for 10 days somewhere in Norway. I'll do what I know is wrong so I can figure out a way to make it right and ultimately survive. That's gonna be a long 10 days. The crew heads back down the roads, and in truth, I could just walk out myself in the freezing rain and wet snow, but instead, I'm left alone to attempt survival in a small car. As advantageous as that sounds, there are only 6 hours of daylight at this latitude, so I've got to get things done quickly before a long night of survival falls on the cold cocoon of the car. Time to warm up a bit. Here's the deal. I'm stuck in a few feet of snow. I'm not going forward or backwards. And by the looks of things, I'm getting really low on gas as well. I'll show you. I think there's two reasons why people tend to stay with their vehicles. Number one is, it seems like an old cliche. We're always told, stay with your vehicle. No matter what, stay with the vehicle. And that's not necessarily always the right thing to do. And number two, you're sure that come morning time, sun's shining, snow's stopped, plow's gonna come along, see you, and you're rescued. But that can be fatal reasoning. You have no idea of knowing how often they plow the road that you're stuck on. And the longer you wait, the more your energy reserves get drained and drained out of you. My survival instinct and training tells me I should leave first thing in the morning. But like a dozen true life survival situations, I'll wait with the car to see if a plow or vehicle comes along. I'm not completely without resources. It was a road trip after all. Mandarin orange. This is a bit of deer jerky. And a jar of peanut butter. I wish I could say it was full. It's got about 2 tablespoons in there only. Still, better than nothing. And also, I guess, leftover coffee cup. Actually, there's 2 in there. That might come into some kind of use. And I wasn't so stupid that I didn't at least make sure I brought along a winter coat with me, and even some snow pants. So that's gonna make a big difference. I'm gonna have to put on the snow pants really soon, actually, because if I don't keep this car running and the heat going in here, it gets cold fast. But the stupid thing that I did do was I have no winter boots here. All I have are my hikers, and there's gotta be about a foot or 2 or maybe 2.5 feet of snow out there. So far, this is survival in a car. It's a whole different way of thinking, and it's tricky. It plays on your mind, because a lot of me wants to just stay inside the car. When that wind starts blowing and that snow starts falling down, you jump into the car like it's your own little cocoon. It doesn't make me want to be proactive. It doesn't make me want to get out and effect any survival, and I'm eating through my food pretty fast. No matter what the situation, rationing food right from the start is a good idea. I can't be sure when the next meal is coming, or how a situation might worsen or get better. It takes discipline to ration food, but it means that after a few days of survival, I'll still have some little morsel of food to look forward to, and that's vital for motivating the will to live. Full moon. So it's really nice and bright out there. You can see really far. Unfortunately, it's a waning moon, not a waxing moon, so
It's only going to keep getting darker. Often in the wintertime, the most beautiful nights are the most deadly.
It's when the nights are clearest and without cloud cover that the temperatures can drop their lowest.
I find I have to turn the engine over about once every hour and a half, 2 hours, just to take the chill out of the inside of the car and get another hour and a half sleep. I'm sitting in here in the car, and it's blowing like crazy outside. The wind is whipping by. It's turned all gray and cloudy, and the snow's blowing off the trees. I'm much better off inside the car.
My problem now is not that it's too cold, but rather that it's not cold enough, making the snow outside wet, and as a result, making hypothermia much more likely.
The night was pretty much turning the engine over maybe once every hour, hour and a half, put a little bit of heat into the car and try to sleep a little bit longer. I think I get it now. If I were 60 miles, 70 miles, or a few hours drive into a road like this, with the wind blowing the way it is and the snow and only a pair of hikers, and my mind is thinking someone's gonna come along and plow this road, I wouldn't want to leave the vehicle either. I can't survive in here forever.
It takes a lot of moxie to walk away from the secure shelter of a car.
I just want to check out where I am. I'm going nowhere. Over that car. Oh. Yeah. This wind chill is a bit much. Wow. So I'm up above the fjord. See it way down there. This whole area I'm up above ends in cliffs, so I can't get down to the fjord from here. Wouldn't matter if I could anyway. This time of year, there's really nobody out there. It's very important that I at least get the lay of the land and figure out what's around me. Check this out. A little bonus here. Just some old trailer left off the side, but actually check it out. There you go. Because that to me looks like fire starter. That's the beauty of being stranded by a road. Sometimes there are buildings and workers, equipment, things like that you can take advantage of. Okay. The key to surviving a situation like this is the same as every situation. You gotta assess what I like, sort of I call it like the 3 zones, I guess. Zone number 1 is what you have immediately on your body. I know that I've got a bit of food and I know what clothing I have. Zone number 2 is what you have in your immediate surroundings. So in this case, it's gonna be the car. I still have to check that out. And then zone number 3 would be in your extended surroundings and what goes beyond that. When I have those 3 assessments done, then, and I think only then, can I make a proper and informed decision on how to survive a situation like this. All right, I have left it till this morning to take a look at the survival gear. It's my belief that every single car should have a well-stocked survival kit. Maybe some extra clothing, boots would be nice, which I don't have. It doesn't matter where you live, you find yourself stuck, it could make a big difference to have a basic survival kit. You don't even have to carry it. You can just pack it away, put it in the car or truck or van or whatever you have, and forget it's there until you absolutely need it. So, let's see what I got. Standard stuff, of course. Jumper cables, snow scraper, 6-pack of beer, sleeping bag, car survival kit. Let's see what's in here, though. First aid tape, duct tape, a knife, a beautiful knife, balaclava type hat, emergency reflective vest, bracelet that you can wear, becomes rope. Excellent. Little pot for boiling in, an emergency blanket, orange garbage bag, just a clear plastic tube. You never know when that's going to come in handy. A couple of flares, some rope, a couple of matches. Also got this little mini stove here. One of my favorites is folding saw. 1 candle, a wind-up flashlight. And last but not least, Well, hatchet. That's terrific. So it's a pretty decently stocked car survival kit. I wouldn't suggest that everything is here that I would need, but there should be some advantages to this. Oh, wow. It's blowing in strong. Okay, I gotta get inside. It's so much for a little break in the weather. Here comes the snow. You know those times when you get in your car? Well, it's a winter storm on the outside, and you just go, oh, finally, and you're inside. Well, that's times 100 when you're in a situation like this. It's blizzarding out there at this point. It's a whiteout, can't see across the fjord. Wind's blowing, snow's blowing, and it's a bit of a wet snow. I'm not going to keep starting the engine. I haven't started it for quite a while because I've been moving around, so I'm warmed up. There's no point in trying to be all cozy and comfortable. I'll just start up when I really, really desperately need to take the chill out of the inside. At least now I know what I have in terms of survival gear. The sleeping bag is huge. It's an old one and it's slightly wet on one end, but at least it's there and I can make use of it. Although, the 6-pack of beer, now that's a nice advantage. Cheers. Oh, that's breakfast, lunch, and dinner right there. Recently, there was a story of a man who survived, and all he had with him was, I think, a 6-pack of beer, frozen. So, some nutrients are better than none.
Not even 2 days into surviving, and the wet and cold weather of Norway has already started to make the car feel cramped and small inside. I'm not sure when I'll get up the nerve to leave this metal cocoon.
It's starting to feel claustrophobic stuck in here. Okay, I think I just made what might be a bit of a mistake. Finding that sleeping bag, which by the way turns out to be only a summer weight sleeping bag. And that beer, and with the storm raging outside, I closed my eyes and I actually started to fall asleep. Didn't sleep much last night. But I've just woken up. It's 3 o'clock, sun's going down already. And I've just lost some valuable time I could have used to be proactive and to get some firewood maybe together, or a little bit clearer understanding of where I am. Big mistake, hopefully not too big.
Waiting to see how things might turn out is one thing, but procrastination in a survival situation is always a bad thing. And I'm no more immune to it than anyone else.
All of the books say that you can take the edge off of the cold inside of a vehicle in the wintertime by having a candle lit. Well, I have tried this before. Now, to be honest, it was about minus 25, maybe even minus 30 degrees Celsius. It was really, really cold. It didn't work at all. It was just still cold. I mean, the candle flame made no difference whatsoever. It's not that cold here now, so I'd say it's maybe about minus 5 or minus 10 tonight. If I keep starting up the car to turn on the heat, which I've been doing, sooner or later, there's going to be 0 gas left. On the other hand, if I keep using up these matches, that could be deadly too. I want to be able to get a fire going if I need to. There we go. 1 candle heat. Let's hope it's enough to take the edge off of the cold inside this car.
I'm always trying to save something for later in a survival situation. In this case, the candle will help me save the car gas. Surrounded by the protective shell of my car, with wet and cold wind blowing outside, the psychological challenge of whether or not to leave is profound as my stomach growls.
Okay, here's the deal on the candle. I think it maybe takes a slight chill out of the air, but I think the best part is just simply that I have light when it's dark here for a very long time. It's hard to tell if, I mean, it's cold in here, so it's hard to tell if the candle's doing anything at all. I can't imagine it doing much good when it's minus 30 Celsius or something like that, or brutally cold. It might be helping tonight, though, but it's still cold. And this summer sleeping bag is helping a lot, actually. A lot more than I was expecting that it would, so that's good. But it's still easy to be chilled through the night, and I don't want to turn the car back on and risk burning up any more gas.
I'm temporarily safe in the car, but I don't know how much longer I can just be stuck here. After 2 days, no one has come by. I don't know when the car will run out of gas completely, but I do know what to expect once I leave the safety of the car, and that's the problem. For now, the car still feels like a refuge. It still feels protective.
In a survival situation, you're either dealing with weather or you're preparing for weather. One or the other. There's no in between.
This weather is the worst kind, cold and wet. It's the type of chill that gets right through to my bones, and nothing will make my core body temperature chill to the point of hypothermia faster than wet and windy weather. And hypothermia can kill.
Keep thinking I can get outside. Hear it stop. All good. It just picks up again. It's a waiting game.
And it's a waiting game with potentially deadly consequences if the wrong decision is made due to impatience. Wet snow is tougher survival than cold or dry snow, so why leave the safety of this car to venture out into the freezing rain? It's a dangerous thing to do. I'm beginning to understand why people stick with their vehicles even when they know the way out.
It keeps coming to me just how reasonable it seems now for people to just stay with their vehicle. Who wants to go outside in wicked weather when you're tired, you're hungry, you're cold, maybe you don't have proper shoes or proper coat? That would be a tough decision to make, to leave the vehicle under circumstances like this.
Yet waiting too many days to make a move while my energy reserves in my body slowly burn up can be a dangerous thing to do too. Even though the car represents a significant cocoon and protection from the elements, I'm nearly out of food, and it doesn't take long to begin to feel frustrated by its small living space.
This isn't surviving, this is just being trapped. I need to find a way to make a move. Get out of here. Or they'll be coming to haul this car away with a skeleton inside of it this spring.
Yet no matter how much I want to leave, the car is still much better than having to sleep at the base of a tree in the wet snow. For the moment, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages of abandoning my ready-made shelter. But I can't stay here forever.
I think one of the most underestimated problems of survival is actually boredom. The biggest thing for me to stave off that boredom so far has been sleeping. I think people forget to sleep. They do the all-night push. They go hard. They want to survive. And they get themselves in more trouble, and now they haven't slept at all. Now their mind's not thinking clearly. There's an old saying in survival: if you don't have to stand up, sit down. If you don't have to sit down, lie down. If you don't have to be awake, sleep. A lot of bad decisions are made by people who have not had enough sleep. Sometimes those decisions can be fatal. The best way for me to kill boredom, well, that option's off the table because I'm alone. But at least I do have my harmonica, one of my favorite ways to kill boredom.
Along with humor, any distraction can bring levity and get my mind thinking on solutions to the problem of survival and self-rescue.
I'm definitely starting to feel like a bit of a prisoner in this car. I think I'm going to rip into it, see if I can make myself some kind of portable shelter. I'm going to use up some of the precious car gas so I can have the lights on, so I can work. Otherwise, it's time to get busy.
Being squeamish about whether or not to break apart and destroy my car wouldn't go hand in hand with effective survival.
That's just a big rubber strap. Good to use as the pull-along rather than use up any valuable rope I might have.
It's been 3 days and no one's come along, so I can't be shy or passive when it comes to making my life better in this survival situation.
I see some potential to make a shelter out of some of this stuff. And the rest of it's going to be too heavy or too odd-shaped.
It's about 3 in the morning and the rain's still coming down. Rain and snow, actually. So it's good that I'm starting to get proactive. I want to make sure that I get a toboggan made, make sure I protect my feet and find some way of making some sort of shelter. I'm not sure I'm going to do that yet. I just know I want to get out of this car. It feels like being trapped.
It's been 4 days now trapped in this car by mountain weather. Still coming down. One time I remember surviving in a life raft for the better part of a week. and that was brutal. And this is starting to border on that. The sort of inactivity and the inability to move on or get out of the situation is pretty frustrating. Gotta remember, all I'm really doing here is simulating what a lot of people do in a situation like this, is stay put with the vehicle until they get to the point where I'm at now, where I'm just about completely out of food. So I gotta keep finding ways to make myself mobile so I can travel long distances through the mountain. Breakfast. And that's the last of the mandarin orange.
Finally free from bad weather, my chance to get out of my car prison comes. I've hardly moved about physically in 4 days. I'm almost out of gas from turning the engine over to stay warm. So if I can get a big fire going now, I can warm up and move around enough outside while I keep working on a plan to get out of here.
I'm just gonna see what I can get done before any bad weather comes in. When I checked out my surroundings earlier on, I did see some fallen down trees that I could bring back a little bit more substantial. And that's the benefit of going out and assessing the area all around you, including your sort of your expanded area, is you see what resources are around. And I'm gonna make use of them.
With a short break in the bad weather, it feels good to get the muscles moving and the blood flowing again. But it comes at a price.
This is where a couple days without food, that's when you start to feel it.
Simple movement can make me lightheaded and dizzy now that my reserves of energy in my body are being utilized for survival.
You see, even in the wintertime, there's always tinder somewhere.
You've got to keep your eye out for any advantage to surviving, and fire preparation is vital.
All right, I guess I'll put this about here. I want to be able to sit in the car if I got a fire going, get a bit of heat.
The greatest obstacle to face when getting a good fire going while surrounded by wet snow is simply diligent preparation. Making sure I have everything just right and enough of all of my supplies before I take what might be my only chance at getting a fire going.
Just try to create some sort of base to put the fire on. Protect it from the snow below. Gotta always stand up. My axe, my saw blade, if I don't, snow like this or even brown leaves and stuff, you lose them real quickly. Losing an axe and a saw in a situation like this would just bite. It's really vital in a survival situation that you slow down and you don't rush around. You can injure yourself and make things a lot tougher for yourself. Now, if you're actually the one trying to affect survival, maybe get a fire going, build a shelter, find food, and you're looking after some people, then I've got to make sure that I'm safe first. If I start jumping into a situation because I'm all panicky and I want to get a fire going badly, I can end up injuring myself, and then I'm no good to them. That's why firemen have the saying, gas, glass, or wire. You're checking for gas spilled, you're checking for broken glass, you're checking for electrocution. All of these things you check for first before you go in to save someone else, or you just make a bad situation worse. Okay, I'm just gonna keep building this up until I've got a nice big pile. And then I'm gonna go siphon some gas. So here's my plan. Siphon a bit of gas out of the vehicle, take a spark from the battery to ignite it. I just have to hope that it'll reach down. All right, so the trick to siphoning is not to breathe in, because obviously that's gonna make you violently sick. So the trick is just to only use your mouth. It's like using it like a straw, but you don't suck like you've got a straw. This is not chocolate milkshake down there.
I know this is nothing for old-timers, and it's just a normal part of rural living, but it's still pretty unpleasant, no matter who you are.
Recommend highly that you never do this unless you really know what you're doing and it's a real dire survival situation, because that's a horrible thing to do. Just gonna make use of the car instruction manual. There's not that much gas in the can, so it shouldn't be too bad, but I don't really know. So I'm gonna watch my eyes, I'm gonna watch everything and give it a shot here.
Fire starting using sparks and gasoline is dubious at the best of times, but when survival depends upon it, it takes on a whole new intensity.
Let's try this way then. There we go.
Finally, after 4 days stuck in the car, this fire will be a huge boost psychologically.
Didn't quite go as planned.
In this damp snow, I've got to work extra hard to keep this going. Diligence is always required if I want to stay warm, and the added advantage is that the fire serves as a signal for potential rescuers. They're more likely to go to investigate a car with a fire burning behind it than simply a dark car sitting in the snow.
Seeing all the panic, I didn't even remember to use the tinder I'd gathered. Well, I'll use it now. Well, this instruction manual came in handy.
Keeping a large amount of ready-to-go tinder and kindling for the fire is vital to success, but battling the elements is always a challenge to staying warm.
Stop raining. Clouds look thick that are coming my way as well.
It worked. It took a while to get that spark to take. I had to pour the gas over onto the paper, try to spread it out. I don't know, I thought it would have gone better inside the beer can with the fumes and everything, but it didn't seem to make any difference. Got it to take, ran over here, but then I noticed after a while when the fire was burning that it wasn't burning down into my wood. It's because the pot lid was still underneath it, stopping the fire from going down, so I had to pull the pot lid out, which caused more trouble with the fire. So I grabbed a piece of the inside of the car. It was just like, I don't know, compressed board sort of stuff, and threw it underneath, and it's burning, and that's keeping the fire going. Now I can heat water up over top of the fire. That's one way to save a match.
The car heater was nice, but a full fire begins to put motivation into me like nothing else can.
If I remember correctly, I think I saw an old pallet some workers must have left behind in the road here, and if it's not too rotten, I'm gonna bring it in, because that'll burn up well for me. A little bit of a hike back, though.
Once again, keeping an eye out for survival advantages pays off.
Shows you whenever you're anywhere near civilization, there's always some junk lying around you can make use of. If the weather could stay like this, I could get out of here. So long as the plastic doesn't rip on me, this should work well. That's a sharp knife. I got a way of pulling this thing.
It's nice to think about moving on.
Smoke in the eyes. That toboggan should work well, I think. Now I want to think about forms of shelter so that I can travel and I can have something to cover myself up with. I have no idea of knowing how long I'm going to be out in that bush. So if I take some shelter with me, it's not going to be such a worry. This was a better day, better afternoon anyway. Maybe I can get out of here tomorrow after all. I'm still concerned about my feet and them getting soaking wet and getting frostbite. It'd be good to have a pair of mucklucks. And I'm gonna have to make them out of the car. Okay, well, that's got some promise. You know, I can never work these seat things in the back. I can never get them to go up or down. It's like, okay, is there supposed to be a latch somewhere? I know they have room to move. This is a well-built car. I think I'll just cut and see what happens.
Without a knife in the survival kit, this would have been nearly impossible.
Okay. We're into something here. Okay. Well, that's insulation. The whole point of this is that my feet are more important than the car. My toes are more important than the car, and my life is more important than the upholstery. Fortunately, I actually used to make my own mucklucks, running dog teams. So I've got some idea of how it should work, but I'm not going to be cutting out any patterns here. It's like skinning an animal. Except too bad this wasn't a slab of meat. Won't be pretty, but if it saves my toes, I don't care. I wouldn't mind using some of this foam for insulation inside them. Almost looks like this is ready-made. Bottom, side, toe.
A little bit of ingenuity in a survival situation goes a long way.
Found the stuff sack for the sleeping bag. Well, might look silly, but so would my feet with a few less toes. Oh yeah, okay. Ah, it's feeling better. It's feeling like it's not gonna come off. I like it. It's a little unorthodox, but that's gonna work. The other good thing about walking in mucklucks as opposed to hard-soled boots is that your feet move around a lot more inside, so they actually tend to, I find mine always tend to stay warmer that way. We'll see if the weather lets me travel tomorrow. If not, I'm stuck in here again, and I'm out of food now.
What I need is cold, hard snow to make the walking easier. It's time to see what happens when I leave the safety of the car and search for ways to find or catch food. For now, I only feel trapped.
Okay, that's another morning. Sky is very gray, and there's been freezing rain falling on the car for the last little while, last half hour or so, but it's stopped now for about 15 minutes. I'm gonna wait and see if I can get a move on and get out of this car and start trying to beeline somewhere, anywhere.
Dodging in and out of the bad weather seems to be my greatest challenge.
It's actually gotten much colder, which is a good thing, because all that wet weather is a killer. At least with this cold weather now, things frozen up a bit, I can make some tracks and start traveling. Get out of this prison. But before I do, I think what I'd like to do is bring some gas with me. I've got that leftover peanut butter jar. There's no reason not to make use of it. Oh, I hate that. Oh, it's pouring out good now. There we go. Oh, it's peanut butter gas. I wonder what happens when you put peanut butter and gas together. I don't really have a clue how yet, but somehow this might all make up my shelter. I'm sort of improvising as I go here. There's lots of different side roads going off of the main road. Now that the ground is mostly frozen, it's much better for walking. I just gotta hope that that sled holds out. I'll pull along the way. I've got my backpack for my camera gear. I think I've got a clear sky for at least a moment anyway. I want to try and find a way where I can survive and make it back to safety and not, hopefully, end up with a miserable night out in wet snow and the rain in the bush. Because if I do, then that car is going to start looking pretty nice.
My initial huge advantage is that I have roads to walk on. But this will be a good exercise surviving in areas where I should be able to find people, but can't. Whatever I face now, nearly 5 days trapped in a car is long enough. It's time for self-rescue in the hopes that what's out there is better than what I'm leaving behind.
The backpack has all of my camera gear and that sleeping bag in it, so it's fortunate that I had this. That's awesome, because there's a lot of camera batteries to carry, but it also keeps the sleeping bag protected if it does come back onto rain or snow.
It's mind-boggling how many survival stories exist where people had to endure an ordeal in areas where they should have been able to find help, yet didn't. And sometimes human tracks can be very misleading and take you off into places more dangerous for survival than where you came from. It's the inherent danger of moving forward into the unknown of a survival situation.
As you can see, there's tire impressions on this road. Fairly fresh, too. So there's definitely some people out here somewhere. And I can tell by the way the snow's falling, unfortunately, they lead uphill. So that's the direction I'm heading for now. I have no way of knowing how far these tire tracks go. They could go another 50 miles, for all I know. It's real easy to get hot and sweaty doing this. That's a problem, because if you sweat, you die.
Fortunately, the temperatures are only about 10 degrees or so below freezing, which means I still have access to some fresh-running streams. Though I've never had an issue eating snow, so long as my body is warm during the day, it's a lot better to be able to drink freely from already melted water. And ironically, I need to keep myself from overheating and sweating while I hike up these mountain roads.
Staying hydrated, just vital in the winter bush. It's hard to do. You don't think about drinking water because you're around all this snow. But dehydrated out here can lead to hypothermia. I'm following human tracks, but they just keep on going. Nothing in sight yet. So I'm gonna take a break. Night's coming soon, and my toes are frozen. I'm gonna switch to my homemade mucklucks. The snow off the side of the trail is super deep. I'm gonna settle in here. I gotta take a break. It's a frustrating paradox. You wanna move as fast as you can to get to where you wanna be, to get to safety. The quicker you move, the hotter you get, the more sweatier you get, the more dangerous it all becomes. It's one thing to get sweaty out in the winter wilderness. You know you're going home to a warm bed and a hot shower. It's quite something else when you don't know where you're gonna end up. These poor old hikers are great boots, but they're not keeping me warm in this temperature.
Now is when the decision to sacrifice the insides of the car upholstery pays off and protects my feet.
Huh. Already feels warmer. Okay. Not necessarily a fashion statement, but I'd rather keep my toes. Huh. All right. Well, these boots are kind of acting like snowshoes. It's a bonus. It's a little bit of a hole down there. If there's one pet peeve I have in survival instruction, it's that picture in every classic textbook of the perfect tree with the perfect hole underneath created by the boughs and the branches, and you can get in and have 3 feet or 4 feet of snow all around you for insulation. I've seen one in many, 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 many years of being out in the winter bush. They're just few and far between. You can't count on them. But this is a good start here. I think this is where I'll work my shelter.
With rations long gone and 2 full days without any food at all, every effortful activity takes its toll on my energy reserves.
This doesn't look all that arduous. Bear in mind, I think it's been, 2 days now without food? 2 or 1, I can't even remember anymore. I'm gonna go get some of that ready-made shelter material, courtesy of the car. Insulation from the ground is everything. The conduction through touching the ground and getting cold that way is pretty powerful. Not seeming like so much of a stupid idea now. If I had to make this shelter out of branches, it would exhaust me in no time flat. I've had better shelters, but this one's pretty solid. I'm up off the snow, that's the main thing. The big problem is that I don't have a roof, so it's more of a protection from wind and a place for me to try to curl up into a ball, I guess. Beats curling up in the snow.
My 6 hours of daylight in the Norwegian wilderness are over as the night moves in fast.
All right, this is it. This is my spot for the night. Full moon's finished now, so it gets very dark early. I'm wearing pretty much everything that I have, every scrap I could find, I'm wearing or wrapped around me. The sleeping bag wrapped up around me and underneath me. I'm on a solid wood platform between me and the snow. It makes such a huge difference. I can't think anymore. I need some food.
Being able to think clearly in any survival situation is vital, and the biggest challenge to that is lack of sleep.
I have a feeling this is going to be a long night. And I have a second feeling that I'm not going to be sleeping much.
Right now, that car's looking pretty good.
I'm only halfway to surviving a full 10 days. Survival victims have walked roads for days and even weeks, only to perish in the end. There are thousands of miles of snow-covered roads on this planet, and not all of them lead to safety. Yet they compel you to keep moving. They always offer the illusion of the way home. Well, far down below is where my final destination lay, the edge of the ocean, where rescuers will look for me after a full 10 days, but not yet, not for another 5 days, without food, without safety. There are abandoned cabins. There are also areas of cliffs that are seemingly impossible to hike around, should I decide to leave the road and make a beeline for the fjord down below. It would be a steep and slippery climb down, and landing at the top of a cliff would be disastrous. It's already been 5 days of survival in the mountains of Norway, and most of that time was spent trapped by wet, cold, and windy weather in a small car in the snow. My food rations only lasted 3 days. For the last 2, I've had nothing to eat. I've been able to rip the car apart, salvage from it useful material for boots, and shelter. And now, fed up with feeling trapped and looking to better my circumstances, I'm taking to the roads to walk my way out. Roads don't always mean salvation. They can often lead nowhere.
I'm following human tracks, but they just keep on going. Nothing in sight yet. So I'm gonna take a break. Night's coming soon, and my toes are frozen. I'm gonna switch to my homemade mucklucks. The snow off the side of the trail is super deep. I'm gonna settle in here. I gotta take a break.
I'm glad it's colder now than it has been for the last 5 days spent stuck in a small car. At least with the colder temperatures higher up the mountainside, the snow isn't wet. The air is drier, so the chill doesn't seep through my clothing and into my bones. Having pieces of the car to use for my shelter is a huge advantage over starting with nothing.
I've had better shelters, but this one's pretty solid. I'm up off the snow. That's the main thing.
All right, this is it. This is my spot for the night. Full moon's finished now, so it gets very dark early. I'm wearing pretty much everything that I have. Every scrap I could find, I'm wearing or wrapped around me. The sleeping bag wrapped up around me and underneath me. I'm on a solid wood platform between me and the snow. It makes such a huge difference. I can't think anymore. I need some food.
I have a feeling this is going to be a long night. And I have a second feeling that I'm not going to be sleeping much.
And right now, that car's looking pretty good.
Sometimes lost in the ordeal, the obvious can escape me. Without food and sleep, my brain doesn't fire on all cylinders.
I just thought of something. I didn't even remember this. Remember the survival kit in the car? Remember it was that little travel stove? I've got it. I've got it. Let's find out if this works. If it does, I'm gonna heat up some water. I've put the reflector sheet up all around here, hoping that it'll reflect.
Though being stuck in a car for almost a week was a challenge, there's a relief in the advantage of having an emergency kit. Sometimes even one item can make the difference between surviving or perishing.
Even this little flame, chemical as it is, feels great. I'm gonna throw a couple of spruce twigs into the water. There's vitamin C in evergreen needles, so can't hurt. Just while I'm sitting here, you can see the moon through the trees.
Even in a night of survival, you can still see the beauty of the natural world. Even if sometimes it doesn't feel beautiful, it always is.
Stuck in the middle of the bush, wearing everything I have, sitting on pieces of ripped out car and boiling water. Now that's survival. I like this little survival stove. It's getting a thumbs up in my book, I think. Oh, that's good.
In reality, hypothermia is sometimes only a degree or two away.
Wow. I can taste the spruce needles in the water. A little turpentine-y, but it takes the blandness out of it just being hot water. Oh, it's so important to rehydrate. It's also important to vacate your bladder in a survival situation, especially the cold like this. Your body spends a lot of time trying to heat up that liquid inside your body, inside your bladder. So get rid of it before you are going to try and curl in for the night. That's what I do, and I find it makes a big difference. And if I've got any food at all, it's good for me to have a little bite right before I try to sleep so that the heat inside my stomach, the digestive heat, warms up my body through the night. But I don't have any food. But I do have hot water.
On this 6th day of survival in the cold, I've decided to leave behind my portable shelter. It was heavy and got me too sweaty while I trekked the cold mountainside. Free of the heavy load, I'll take my chances hiking the road now.
You know, there are a lot of different additive forces in survival. Certainly, the will to live is the most important. But that's followed by luck, kind of shape you're in, all sorts of things. Geographically, where you are, whether you're alone or with other people. And a big one for me is whether or not you have a survival kit. It might seem like a small thing at the time, but there are items within a survival kit that can actually save your life and make a big difference. And I'm not talking about grab off the shelf survival kits that are available today. I'm talking about putting stuff together yourself so you know what you've got, you know how to use it, and you know that it works. That's the only kind of survival kit to have in my books. If I didn't have this road to walk on, I wouldn't be getting anywhere fast.
Human tracks in the snow are a huge boost to morale, providing you can actually run into the people themselves or find that their trail leads out and not another 100 miles through the wilderness.
Coming up around this bend, thought I saw something in the snow here, and I did. There's fresh human tracks leading up the hill here, and at the top I can just make out the faint outline of a rooftop. So I got my hopes held high right now that this is gonna be a little bit of salvation. Trail looks like it goes straight up. I don't care, that's where I'm headed. When you think about what I've had to eat for, I don't know, what is it, 6 days? I need some food. Had to be straight up, didn't it? Had to be. Well, the same rules still apply to me now as any other time, even though I'm excited to see this trail. I'm hoping that there's something good on the other end, that it's not about being a stuntman. It's certainly not about running around and jumping up and down and diving into frothing gorges or anything like that. Reality of survival. Slow, easy, methodical, calculated risks. Then you come out alive. And that's what survival's all about.
The classic woodsman or hunter is a natural survival expert.
Oh, that's good. Oh.
But that's because they may spend their whole lives training in the forest, learning all the nuances of what it really takes to survive with each moment in the bush.
I can see a cabin. In fact, I see a couple of cabins. What I'd really like now is to see some smoke coming out of a chimney. Suddenly I feel a renewed sense of vigor and energy. Hello?
6 days of survival on a mountainside in Norway, and I've come across a great find: abandoned cabins.
Hello? Nothing. Not even a dog barking. Hello? It's quite the view. It's all blocked out by snow right now, but that's a fjord down there.
I hope there's a wood stove. And these aren't just storage sheds. These buildings look old, very old. Probably the 30s or 40s. But I know I'm gonna be one of these buildings tonight. Wood stove or not. Huh. That's the first building. Huh. Well, that's a good little building. Come in here if I have to, but I want to see where the tracks lead. A compound out in the woods here. I can't tell if the tracks are snowed over from this current snow or if they're just older. Hello? I see firewood. That's a good sign. What's this? That's what I thought it was. Sea hunters. Deer head. Hello? This is pretty sweet. I think I hit the jackpot. Check this out. Oh, look at this. 1946. I was right. But this is a reality sometimes. I always say, in a survival situation, you come across a cottage or a cabin, it's actually legal in most places to break in and not be charged with it if you're in a survival situation. Obviously, they're Norwegians. And this place looks beautiful to me right now. The snow's just coming down strong. I'm gonna start a fire and get warmed up. There's matches and candles, sleeping bag, beds, wood stove. There's even a radio. Cook stove, no food. But a deer head.
After 6 days surviving in the Norwegian mountains, I've lucked into a huge advantage. A hunter's cabin. And what's better, some left-behind deer remains. So with a simple twist of fate, a fantastic boost changes a deadly circumstance. And whether I find garbage, or a dead fish left behind by an eagle, or a deer carcass left behind by hunters, either way, it all represents digestible nutrition, especially after 3 days on little rations, followed by 2 days with no food at all.
Oh, this is gonna feel so good. But it'll be getting dark very, very soon. I couldn't be in a better place at this point.
This cabin and this food are prime examples of why proactive, mobile survival can often be far better than just staying put, but it takes skill to move on.
All right, that's perfect. That's just a bit of deer fat and a little tiny bit of deer meat. I'm gonna cook that up, get that right into me, and assuming I'm likely still hungry, go back for the liver and the heart. I see they're in the bag as well. Lungs, liver, heart, a bunch of fats in the bag. I figure that's fair game. I don't think they're too worried about that. I'm sure it was probably meant to be dog food, so it'll go well in my stomach right now. Okay, hopefully I can get that onto some kind of a boil with the fire like this, and wow, that's unbelievable. This is a lot better.
The timing of this find couldn't be better, because outside the snow is coming down heavy and this high up the mountainside.
The best thing I can be doing right now is drinking the broth.
Bombarding my stomach with too much food, especially meat, after 6 days with little to no food, could make me quite sick. Starting with a simple broth is the best way to reawaken my digestive system to taking in food.
Wow. Oh boy, that's good. Mmm. Oh my gosh. Well, it was definitely worth coming up this trail.
If you ever want to experience really great tasting food, spend a week without it.
Okay, time for an update. It's been, I think, 6 days now that I've been out here. The first 4.5 days we're stranded with a vehicle in the snow. and then a pretty bad night in the woods. It's been scant rations since I started, so this deer is fantastic for me right now. And that makes me feel like playing a happy song.
"7 days in the mountains, in snow, and the last 12 hours have been the best. I found a hunter's cabin along with deer remains, and they've given me an incredible boost both psychologically and physically. But outside, it's still winter."
That was a far better night of survival than sleeping in the back of a stuck vehicle or spending a night in the bush. I can tell you that much. I'm gonna go out and look around the cabin and see what else is here. Obviously, I'm set for shelter and no problem for heat and warmth. I think I'll cook up a liver if I don't see any hunters return.
There's a tremendous amount of nutrition in an animal carcass, and it's not going to be lost on me. Not this day.
There's some meat and fat up inside the head here. That's all there is. They've taken all the good meat back with them. But this is a lot of food for me. No question about it. Won't be the first time I got blood on my cameras. The whole liver's here for me to enjoy. And the heart is here. And then just a whole lot of fat I can make some more broth with. I know it doesn't look all that good, but to me, it looks like a feast right now.
Even the little cabin is dark and closed in, so I'd rather build a fire outside and cook up a solid meal.
There's matches inside, so that's not a problem. But still, just to conserve some of this old duct tape, I'm gonna use that to light the fire.
4 days of claustrophobia in the small car have got me happy to stay outside for my first real meal.
One thing about duct tape, it's a good fire starter. I know it seems like I maybe should just eat a ton of this deer, eat the heart, eat the liver, eat the fat, just sort of go for it and kind of gorge. It's been 7 days, and my stomach is probably the size of a walnut by now, so I don't have a lot of room. And if I eat too much, I'll end up with diarrhea. I don't want to have diarrhea out here. I don't have any problems out here. In survival, you've got to lessen all of your problems. Get rid of them one by one by one. I had a lot of broth last night. Now I'm going to finally eat some meat. I'm going to give it a shot here. Even just to have a piece. Oh, yes, yes, yes. This is great. Oh. I don't care if you don't like liver or not. This is delicious. It's one of those moments where I can feel the energy starting to course through my veins almost instantly. I think that's why I'm all of a sudden talking faster. Oh, wow, this is good. At this very moment, this is the best liver I've had in my life. Norwegian deer liver. Most of the time, any dead animal in the bush is going to be snatched up almost immediately by crows and ravens and birds and foxes. That food's gone within a day, within hours sometimes. So it's really lucky to come across a dead animal. That said, a lot of times I have in my wanderings come across hunters' remains before. Come across a bear carcass before and 2 moose carcass and a deer carcass. And I'm not complaining today.
In a survival situation, when I come upon a great advantage, it gives me a chance to take stock and build up my energy for continued proactive survival. Staying put here could end up being just as big a mistake as staying anywhere else.
I'm not so sure. I think I'd prefer to have a flashlight with batteries. I know this thing lasts forever, but you have to keep winding it up every time you want to use it. This is going to be my last night in the cabin. I'm going to head down to the fjord. I can't stay here forever, because otherwise I'm going to sit here, I'm just going to run out of deer, and then I'm still stuck up here. Well, the radio doesn't work, but the bed sure does. I got this one coming to me.
Tonight is a night for intense and crazy dreams. They'll hit me strong when I have no food in my stomach. And they get even more intense and profound once I fill my belly for the first time, as I have with all the deer meat and fat. Left to survive long enough, and the dreams become hallucinations. All too often I've had vivid dreams of my family and warmth, only to wake up and find myself still sleeping in the mud or on the cold and frozen ground. It's my 8th day of survival now, and as easy as it may seem to consider heading down the hill, I could end up at the top of an impassable cliff and find myself stuck in the wet snow on the side of the mountain for the night. I'll have to pass through a wide range of temperatures and will likely end up in the freezing rain. Knowing this makes it hard to leave such comfort.
That's the way I found it.
My hike down should really only be one long hike, possible to do in one day. There are even established trails in this area if I can find them and not lose them. But sometimes a single mile in the thick bush can seem like it will never end.
Such a paradox, you know, the winter bush is always so beautiful, especially here in Norway. Absolutely stunning scenery. Yet, if you're lost out here without food, shelter, fire, protection from the elements, they can be deadly. What I'm into, I think, what am I at, 8 days now? The liver and the fat from the deer made a huge difference. I cut up a bunch of the meat. I'm carrying it with me. This is not like fasting. You know, people at home fast for even 10 days, drinking lemon juice and cayenne pepper and maple syrup. That's great. But when you're out in the bush like this, you don't want to be fasting. That's where I have to head down. It's still snowing. It's been snowing off and on. I'm wondering if, when I get down the fjord, if it's going to be snowing or raining. What I'm doing is following a creek. It leads down to the fjord, there's no question. So it's just a long way down.
The camera doesn't do justice to just how steep and slippery this trek down really is.
I just don't want to end up at a cliff somewhere. Coming back up would be tough. Trying to see my way down, but snow's getting in my eyes. Going down's a lot easier on the cardio, but a lot harder on the legs, that's for sure.
I wasn't expecting this. Everything is conspiring to put me in a dangerous position. I knew this area had a trail I could use to get down the hill, but I keep losing it. And now I'm getting wet in all ways. My sweat, the rain, the snow. Falling and slipping down the hill is ripping my clothing apart.
Just keeps getting steeper. And these are slippery boots.
I'm past the point of no return now, and I can't go back up and make it to the cabin before dark. Exhaustion is overtaking my legs, and I'm soaked to the skin.
It's starting to feel like a bad idea.
It's only been a few hours, but the landscape I've put myself in is steeper than what I'd hoped. And most of the time I'm climbing down a slippery and rocky hill with all of the weight of the cameras on my back. I'm making my own recipe for disaster.
Sorry about the camera lens there. I can't believe I'm actually crawling downhill. But this snow is making all these rocks really slick. And it's a long way down. Going downhill that's this steep takes a lot out of you. And I'm sweating. That's bad news. Damn. It's probably already starting to get dark on me. I gotta get to the bottom before it does. As long as I don't come up against a cliff. I'll be okay.
Kind of like what's happening to me right now. I can't go back. Ah,
Heading down the mountain has turned out way worse than I expected. I'd known from my understanding of this area that getting down to the ocean is possible, but many of the areas are far too steep to manage, and getting trapped at the top of a cliff is a real danger. Going back up this exhausted and in the slippery wet snow is not an option now. Getting trapped in between a cliff and nowhere to go is a real possibility.
This is an easy way to break an ankle. Just keep going down, Les. Keep going down. It'll be all right. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Now that I'm soaked through to the skin, completely without radio contact to the outside world, survival couldn't get any more real. This is not a sound effect. My body cam is picking up the sound of my heart racing. More than being chased by a jaguar, more than having heat stroke, this simple trek down a mountainside has turned into one of the most dangerous situations I've ever been in.
Catch my breath.
I'm soaked through to my skin in the wet snow and rain. The sun is dropping fast, and that puts me at great risk from succumbing to hypothermia if I have to spend the night here. I can't go back up. The uphill climb on the slippery rocks is now too much for my exhausted legs. I'm still carrying 65 pounds of camera gear, and I may be trapped going down. Every time I look ahead, I see cliffs.
I just want to get to the shore before dark. That's all I'm asking.
Six hours of being lost and constant downhill climbing on slippery rocks has left me exhausted and without strength, and the sun is dropping fast.
I'm soaked. That's not good. I think I made it to the shore, though. I can see ripples on the water. Hope that's not just an illusion for me. I got what I wished for. I'm at the bottom. There's the ocean. It's raining. And no shelter. I'm soaked. I was better off in the cabin.
My legs are shaking and weak, but I am at least at the ocean's edge. The sun is dropping fast. There's often no worse survival situation than to be soaking wet, with night falling and no shelter. To experience my core body temperature dropping enough to make me hypothermic is a very real possibility in a situation like this.
This is gonna suck.
It's still better than being stuck halfway up the mountain, drenched to the bone in the freezing rain.
I'll tell you, there were some moments there I was pretty stressed out when all I saw in front of me were cliffs. This is not a time for rock climbing. Not in a survival situation. If you've ever done any whitewater canoeing or diving or anything like that when you have to put your wetsuit on when it's cold and wet. That's what this feels like right now. You'll know what I'm talking about. My cameras are all dying from the rain. Just got these last two cameras going for me here. Remember this little guy? Well, it worked up on the mountain. Let's see how it works down here. Okay, we have fire. I got some of that deer fat in there. Oh, all that is deer fat, and right now, it tastes like the best filet mignon I could ever imagine. And it's really important that I eat this fat now, because the fat will keep me, whoa. Okay then. The fat will keep me warm inside through the night. Maybe it won't be so bad of a night after all. All right. I got about 10 hours of darkness to go through right now.
I always know it's a rough night of survival when getting warm means getting up and exercising just to get my blood moving and give myself a flush of heat from my muscles. This action allows me to sleep for just another 20 minutes.
This is one of those situations where a nice big tarp would be helpful. It's just off and on raining. Right now it feels like it's about 4 in the morning. I'll bet you it's only about 11:30 p.m. The reality of survival is that it always comes down to 3 o'clock in the morning. If you can get past that, then you can make it. But that's the hardest time. 3 in the morning. When you wish you were sleeping and you wish you were somewhere else. It's been a long night. Sleep was reduced to 10 minutes, maybe 20 minutes at a time. Waking up with the chills. It's a brutal night like that when you're soaking wet and you're stuck out in a shelter. You've heard of the proverbial being stuck between a rock and a hard place? Yeah, well, this is what it looks like. One last thing I can do before I go is I've got this leftover fat and it's congealed now, and I can actually wipe it on my boots. That won't even help a little, that actually help a lot. I'm just gonna rub this stuff. There's enough to rub over all of the boots and get them protected a bit more from the rain, protected a bit more from the wet.
A single coating of animal fat grease can go a long way towards keeping my feet dry.
I'm finding trails, and then the trails stop. I'm gonna find another trail. I'm not far, I'm about 100 yards up from the ocean's edge. I see a couple of little caves up in there I could have crawled into last night. I'll remember them for tonight. This is a lot easier going. Oh. There's a rose hip too. Oh, there's a couple more. I didn't even see these. Look at this. Oh yeah. That's a major score. The rose hips have pound for pound more vitamin C than oranges. And these ones are delicious. And they get to being soft. Wow, that's good. Ow, ow, ow! I'll eat the soft ones and make tea out of the hard ones. Oh, that's good. There's a lot of fresh water around here. It's a good thing, too. Otherwise, I'd be reduced to probably having to drink my own pee. Yeah, right. You gotta see this to believe it. Check it out. Hello? 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 It's a big old house, barn. I don't see any signs, I don't see any footprints. Odds are it's locked up. Most people leave a key hidden somewhere. Start here. This is the usual obvious place. Cut firewood. You know what that means? It means there's got to be a wood stove in here somewhere.
This house is closed for the season, so there's no food left behind. It still only represents one part of the survival equation, shelter. I'll still need to find more food for long-term survival.
Look at this. I want you to see something. Up and behind me, there's some cliffs. Had I gone the wrong way, those cliffs are what I would have been faced with. There would have been no way down without killing myself, and I would have had to climb back up all the distance I'd slid down. It's the same thing off to the other side. I only had a narrow path. It's amazing that I made it as far as I did and the way I did, because it's easy to get yourself up and out onto a spot and then be stuck there. And the way I was doing yesterday, there's no way I would have been able to climb back up. I just wish I'd found this place last night. Oh, score. There we go. Look at that. Now those are blue mussels. So now they can be seriously bad for my stomach if I eat them wrong, but I won't eat them wrong. Let's see if I can get some more. There's got to be hundreds of mussels here. If I found this many in this tiny little spot, there should be hundreds of mussels here, and I can eat this seaweed too. Well, it's not seaweed. And honestly, I don't know what the proper name for it is. I just know I can eat it. It's just an old potato field, but there may be potatoes in it, and you gotta explore every opportunity. They're really soft little potatoes. Not much, but survival food. I'll take what I can get. There we go. Hey, that's a good hard potato. Bonus.
Finding a cottage is the ultimate advantage in a survival situation. Just as ripping apart a car is justified, so is breaking into a deserted house for shelter. It's illegal at any other time, but not when it comes to survival. I knew there would be houses along the coast, and it was a large part of my motivation for wanting to get down here as soon as I could. I didn't want another night sleeping amongst the rocks. Okay, so I've made myself up this sort of soupy broth. Let me show you what I'm dealing with here. Seaweed, rose hips, mussels, fresh water, deer liver, a couple of potatoes from the garden. And yeah, I know it looks disgusting, but it's a lot of nutrition. It would seem that in this survival ordeal, I've experienced the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. Yesterday was probably one of the most nervous times I've ever had out in the bush. I was truly worried for my situation. If I'd come up to a cliff and not been able to get down it in any way, and it was all slippery, then I was just crawling at that point. I would have had to try to crawl back up, and it would have been, it was half an hour before dark. So to be here now, I'm giddy, to be honest with you, to be here now. What I'll do is I'll go down by the shore front and I'll put together a signal fire. And I still have, from the survival kit, from the car, the flares. So I'm going to send them off too and see if they work, or at least see how well they work. I'm finally going to sleep well tonight. It's been a long 10 days of survival in Norway. 5 days stuck in a car, 4 days trekking on the mountainside, and now here, enjoying the luxury of someone's summer cottage, albeit without much food. But I'm ready to get out of here, back to warmth and safety, and back to food.
People who are coming looking for me are gonna watch for me all along this shoreline. They don't know whether I'm gonna be in a shelter in the bush, at a cliff edge, or here I am at this
big homestead. What a bonus. So I'm gonna get a signal fire set up down by the shore.
I think survival manuals tend to make signal fires a little too complicated. They don't need to be all that complicated. You just need a smoky fire that's ready to light in an instant. That's the end of it. So that's what I'm gonna build.
You can never assume that you're easily spotted. In my case, I'm wearing gray clothes and standing on a gray rock-studded shoreline.
That is my smoke maker, I hope. Back at home, I'd use moss from the bush. I'm hoping this seaweed might work just as well. If you remember, way back when I was stranded with the car, I siphoned out some gas into this jar of peanut butter, so some of my peanut butter gas. And that should get the fire going.
All the safety team has to spot is a fire or some of the smoke.
There's a boat way over on the far shore, and it looks like they're going slow and stopping and scanning. So if that's my boat, I'm gonna try the signal now.
There we go, windproof match. Come on. There we go. It's not these flames that are gonna work for me. It's all this punky stuff. Woo. On top, that's gonna make the smoke.
From the car survival kit, flares.
Oh, you're kidding me. Oh, that's gnarly. I pulled the wire right out of the flare, and nothing. That's not a lifesaver. Got one other, I'll try it. Second flare, but also past its expiry date. Wow, you gotta check these things. I'm looking at this, it says 1993. That's just dumb. Ah, nothing. Okay, these are great flares. I've used them before. I just haven't used them when they were expired, and it shows you. When it comes to survival kit items, they gotta be up to date. All right, I'm gonna pour a little bit more gas on that fire. See if that helps. I know they're looking for fire, so.
It's the flames that finally do the trick and make me noticeable by the boat on the far shore.
That's working. I think the nose of their boat is headed this way. After 10 days, I'm going home.
I've spent 10 years making survival films all around the world. And now, I've spent 10 days surviving in the Norwegian mountains. While here, I've experienced the worst day of survival I've ever had. I hit the complete peak of my own personal will to live and drive to survive. And then it was followed by the best day of survival I've ever had. Finding not just a small cabin or a building, but an actual abandoned house with a bed to sleep on. Survival is not without irony. It's early in the morning on the world's second largest island, and the temperature here is already at 33 degrees Celsius, and that's 92 degrees Fahrenheit. The humidity, as always, is stifling and as high as it gets. This is, after all, the wet season in one of the most ancient jungles on the planet. I'm flying over a place on the Pacific Ring of Fire. It's the collision point of several tectonic plates, where volcanic eruptions and earthquakes are frequent. I could give you all the impressive stats of how many bird and plant species there are down there, but the fact remains, no one really knows. This place has been too remote for anyone to accurately study. Where am I? Papua New Guinea. Deep in the heart of this mountainous and untouched jungle, I'm landing in what can truly be described as a tiny remote village. It's not even on the map. Wanakipa is home to a few dozen Hewa, a group of people known to the outside world as savages. In fact, that's what their name means. They still fight and kill each other out here by bow and arrow, spear, and machete. That doesn't make them savages. In fact, what they desire is a peaceful existence, eking out survival on these remote hills by, if you can believe this, farming. Papua New Guinea is in the eastern part of the planet just north of Australia. and with over 850 indigenous languages, the most in the world, it's extremely diverse. 80% of the people here live in rural or remote areas with no modern facilities. An anthropologist has led me here to meet with the Hewa, and the Hewa are leading me deep into the jungle they call home.
Borneo, the Amazon, and the Congo. All jungles with a reputation for being deep, dark, and mysterious. Well, I'm in one of the last great unexplored jungles on the planet, Papua New Guinea. I'm with a couple of members of the Hewa. Their life expectancy is actually 32 years, and anyone who's lived longer than that has at one time led a Stone Age existence. The only way they can survive in this jungle by having tiny jungle farms. Here, you can't survive off the land. Well, I'm about to find out why. By spending the next 7 days out here, without water, very little food, no gear, and no camera crew, alone in Papua New Guinea.
Taliano and Axel, my two Hewa guides, think what I'm doing is ridiculous.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
But they know what I need to accomplish my mission. I need to be left alone in the jungle.
My two Hewa guides have dropped me off here. Oh, flies in the mouth. And this is where I've got to survive now. I've got to set some priorities here. I've eaten this morning, so I'm fine for food. There's water all around me, I can hear it. So hopefully some of it is good enough that it's not going to bother my stomach too bad. I actually should have been out here a day or two earlier, but I've been sick with diarrhea and vomiting for 2 days. So it's taken a lot out of me, and that's how I'm starting off this venture. It rains here nearly every single day, a solid downpour, usually thunderstorms. This is a jungle, it's a rainforest. So, shelter. And I've got some time, but I'm gonna get down to it. When I was out here training with the Hewa guides, they showed me how to take down a tree out here, or at least how they take down a tree out here if you don't have a bush knife. And let me show you how it's done, if I can do it.
The teeth of the Hewa are ground down to almost nothing due to the constantly chewing of something called betel nut. Yet they can still chew through small trees. When they did it, they literally got halfway through the tree and then broke it down.
Maybe it takes years of living in the jungle. That's how you do it without a bush knife. And that's how you do it with a bush knife.
The final look of this shelter will be that of a lean-to. Here in this particular rainforest, I can utilize easy-to-work-with small trees, hanging vines strong enough for tying, and big fat green leaves for my roof. With nightly rains that are essentially a deluge that can last for up to 12 hours without breaking, taking time now to make sure my shelter is strong, and in particular doesn't leak, is vital.
It's the middle of the day now, 1:30 or so, and the heat just becomes quite oppressive right about now. So I gotta stop every so often and just let my body temperature cool down a bit. I'll overheat real quickly. You really gotta monitor your body temperature in a place like this.
It's during shelter construction with all the grabbing and moving around when I can easily touch something that can either shock, infect, bite, poison, or sting me. So I've got to be careful.
I can't get too close to that camera because that's a big wasp who's decided he likes it. I don't feel like getting stung on the first day out here. Wah! All right, well, step one, done. Shelter from any downpours that will definitely come, but you'll see that in a jungle that is this fertile, it's very difficult to survive.
This jungle is flowing with water, but I've come in with stomach problems already, likely from the village water, so I hope that out here it's safe.
Well, it tastes good enough, but there's no way of knowing whether or not it's filled with parasites. The reality is, I'm pretty confident that this stream is clean and clear. That's the surprising thing. I think most people think that all streams and bodies of water are just crawling with giardia and parasites, and they're not. The stream's probably just fine. I've been drinking from streams in the jungle so far, and there have been no problems, and then there were other times when I got sick, so Hopefully this one won't make you sick.
If you're wondering what that high-pitched sound is, that's giant cicadas. Just doing their call. They're very loud, ear-piercing, actually.
I'm gonna check out what the Haywa sent me in with. Fire starting kit, some tinder, piece of vine. We'll see how that goes. And they sent me in with some food, sweet potatoes. What they regularly farm here. That's what pretty much keeps them alive. Cacao, they call it. A few peanuts. And this necklace of nuts. Oh, and last but not least, some jungle bananas. So enough food easily to keep me going for a day and a half, 2 days. As for the fire starting, well, I'll go grab some tinder and give it a shot before it starts raining.
Before it starts raining. That's just wishful thinking in the jungle.
Okay, that's just not fair. This is not going to be easy. I have one last ditch effort I can try to get a fire going if I can't do it the Haywa way.
This time, I came prepared, since it's so wet here.
Here we go. So fine. My only piece. This would be the worst time to try and get a fire going. Not so good. All right, let's try this again. Come on, baby. Don't break on me this time. Well, that's too bad. I did this in practice. I was able to get it going, but the vine they sent me out with just keeps breaking. Too old. I got smoke, and then it broke. And that's not enough. It's starting to pour here, and I'm gonna have to switch to my last ditch method and see if I can maybe get the fire going. Bummer. That's filled with a million ants. I have started fires by hitting rock and steel together, by spinning a piece of wood with my hand, using a fire bow, gasoline and a spark, batteries, flashlight, the sun. I even started fire using chocolate in a can. And I have gotten fire using this vine method out here, just not today, because all I have left to get a fire going now is a butane lighter. Wish me luck. Woo! Wow, that was close. Of course, getting a fire going and keeping a fire going are two different matters altogether. So what are my issues here? Well, there are 4 different kinds of malaria in this jungle. One of them is quite deadly and can kill you. The other 3 just make you pretty sick. And the very deadly taipan. Now the taipan is about the only snake on the planet that really gives the black mamba a run for its money in terms of aggressiveness and poison. That's the bad news. The good news is I'm probably too high up in elevation for the taipan to be up here. But that's not to say one can't wander up from the river anyway. And as for spiders, there are poisonous spiders here, and there are spiders bigger than my hand. And they come out at night. But hopefully they'll leave me alone. This is definitely going to be a long week.
Ironically enough, as it is in most places, it's not the big spiders that are a problem. They're just creepy, and not usually poisonous. It tends to be the small parasites in the New Guinea jungle that can cause the real problems.
At night, there's flying foxes, they call them. Big bats, basically. They hopefully should leave me alone. The nightly rains in the jungle. Well, it's like a regular banana. I'm not going to say it's delicious, but it'll do. Damn it. I got a drip. I hear you. Thunder. Mosquitoes. Rain. Very little fire. Well, the cooked banana was good. I don't know how it's managing to do it, but I've still got my fire going. It's just smoldering underneath all the damp wood. But it's still going. And it's still raining. It's gonna rain a long time, I think. The thing about trying to sleep in a survival situation in kind of a crunched up position like this is you don't really sleep.
The greatest danger of all during the night is my own mind. But years of doing this have given me the confidence to just close my eyes and wait for morning light.
One of my staff members cut a deal with me. They said they'll throw in some survival items in my top pouch if I promise not to open it before day 2. Well, it's day 2, so let's see what I got. Some rope. Nice. Oh, sweet. Orange garbage bag. A can full of survival, all right? Oh. How about that? The top just broke off. Now imagine if I was down and out and hurt and trying to open that up. But without a can opener, I would have been in trouble. A little mini sort of stove holder. I'll bet you the can will fit right on top of this. Candy. I'll take one of those right now. That's good. Looks like chicken and beef bouillon and just some tin foil. All right, here's my survival in a can. Let's see how it can help me while I'm out here in the jungle. What's this? Instructions on how to survive. Excellent. I was hoping to get a lot more, but it's starting to rain again. No way of knowing what kind of spiders and bugs might be on these leaves.
Every chance I get, I have to build up my shelter. Each day, I can make it better, stronger, and as a result, it'll be more able to protect me from the jungle elements.
Always race in the rain. I always put an orange garbage bag in my survival kit. Number one, it's great for signaling, raincoats, catching water, and in this situation, for a waterproof roof. Can you tell how slow I'm moving with everything? Foolish thing to do, actually, to move fast when you're in a survival situation, unless you're trying to run away from something. There we go. Amazing what you can do with a garbage bag.
It's day 2, surviving in the jungles of New Guinea.
Looks like a good place to have a bath. Keeping clean in the jungle is not an option. It's a necessity. Fungus can develop rapidly out here and be all over your body. Finally, some jungle wilds that I can eat that are just here. This is wild taro, and the leaves are full of a very fibrous sort of silicates. They'll have to be cooked. It's the only way I can eat these. It just would hurt the mouth too much to eat them raw. There's not much to eat here in the jungle that's just growing wild and natural, but there is some. This whole area up in here is being turned into a tiny jungle farm. Likely by just one person, maybe 2. One machete, maybe an axe. And as steep as it is, that's where they've got to eke out their existence. They can't just go around this forest gathering because there's just not much here to gather. For the Hewa, survival in the Papua New Guinea jungle is tough. This jungle is unique. It's quite probably more primitive than most, really. See, there's no placental mammals here, no primates. Seed dispersal is left to a handful of marsupials and birds. And that's why so much of the fruit is 200 feet up in the air and not accessible to a human being. Makes survival here very tough. The Hewa have come into this jungle, but they've had to bring with them the concept of farming, because without it, there's just not enough to gather here. There's not enough to hunt. You're reduced to kind of groveling, which is sort of what I'm doing, I guess. I'm getting lightheaded. Of course, that could be but because I'm taking malaria pills without any food in my stomach. That can't be good for me. No energy. I've gathered what I could from the surrounding jungle here, and there was a good supply of dry stuff hanging. If you look far and wide, you can find it even in a place that gets 6-7 hours of rain every single day. Make a bit of a funnel of fire here. But first I'll change the tape.
The duty of filming all of this while surviving calls a game.
Once I get a fire big enough like this, I can use punky wood and burn it as well. You just gotta have that main base. Just gotta be careful it doesn't go too hot, too high, because I'll burn my roof. It's ironic that I'm in probably one of the most primitive jungles that I've ever been in and surviving, and yet here I am eating roasted peanuts, probably one of the more bits of civilized food I've ever had while on a survival ordeal. So, what do I got to eat here? Some of those nuts, roasted up. Oh, that's good. And this is that sweet potato. Oh, very good. Whew, hot. We'll see how the new shelter and the new fire hold up. Just cooking up this wild taro leaf. You've got to cook it up to break up the silicates in the leaves, and then it's edible. Not bad.
Outside of the jungle canopy, it can be light for a long time, but underneath it, where I am, darkness prevails.
Well, this might be the first night ever in the jungle without rain. Uh-oh, maybe I spoke too soon. It might even be a decent night. Now I just have to see if I can get some sleep without any big old hand-sized spiders crawling on me.
In the jungle, you just have to give in to the fact that things will crawl on you at night. Some of them are poisonous, and some are not.
Those are wild pigs. Grab my machete. There they are. Walked right through my camp. Now that would have been a meal. I know I've seen their tracks around here, but I figured it was a real long shot as to whether or not I could actually catch one. Now that I know that they're here, I'll set out a trap tomorrow. Maybe a quick kill trap.
Catching a wild pig is no easy feat. They're strong and aggressive creatures. A light snare's not going to do the job. I need something that's more decisive. A quick kill, fast trigger, spear.
Now the tricky part. Setting this thing without stabbing myself. Let me show you how this thing works. This is the path that the pig has been walking along, okay? He's gonna run into that string. When that happens, this releases, and this is the spot here that's holding the spear back. This releases, and then this whole spear will just shoot. And hopefully, if I'm lucky, it'll stab right into the heart of a pig, and I'll be cooking up bacon. Look at this mess. This is what I've got to walk in, which is basically all pig slop. A bonus would be a nice, big, fat, juicy boa constrictor. Be tasty. Easy to catch, not poisonous, full of meat. Not much of a haul for a day's hike, but at least I found these guys. Now, this leaf here, I don't actually have to cook to eat. I can just peel away the leaf part and just eat the stem. Well, it's not much. And it's kind of old and woody, but it's quite literally better than nothing.
I'm not going to stop at just one trap. There are rats in the jungle too, and they can make a good meal.
That's step one. Now, the big question, do I make it rat-sized or pig-sized? Rat comes in here, goes for the bait, takes that snare. With any luck at all, he pulls on the noose, up goes the snare, and he's hanging there waiting for me to come and have breakfast.
In the jungle, there's no warning. The rain is just there. And it locks me into my little green leaf prison.
I've had a lot of rain, but this is the first one with a lot of thunder. So let's hope I don't get too many lightning strikes close by. Pretty big trees in my near. A few, I guess. Well, rain or no rain, maybe I can get some sleep.
Sleep is vital to survival. Without it, you can get very depressed. But there would be no rest for me this night. The pathogens of the jungle have returned to wreak havoc on my system, and as they say in the military, troops march on their stomachs. In fact, constant stomach upset is how prisoners of war were kept from planning escapes. In survival, it's not the big scary creatures that get you, it's the tiny unseen biological world of parasites and disease.
All right, so here's the deal. In the middle of the night, I got hit with pick water, which is the Hewa language for severe diarrhea. Middle of the night last night, again this morning, and very weak, very shaky. I'm gonna head downstream and get out from under this jungle canopy. Diarrhea in the jungle. That's pretty severe. I thought so. Middle of the night last night, the pig trap went off. And you can see his tracks and everything, but no pig. I'll go up and check my rat trap. Maybe that will cure my diarrhea, some freshly cooked rat. It's amazing how weak a bout of diarrhea will make you when you don't have much food in your stomach to begin with. And I just keep re-ingesting this jungle water now. The thing is, dehydration would have killed me a long time ago. If I'd gone 3 days without drinking at all, I would have been in serious trouble from dehydration because I'm sweating profusely all the time. I would have gotten to that point where I wasn't sweating at all. And that's a very dangerous place to be. So I've been drinking. And now my bowels are paying for it. Just coming up to the rat trap here. We got any action? Nothing. It's just sitting there. Bummer. No action on the rat trap, and pig trap was busted up.
To be honest, I'm getting claustrophobic. There's little food here, and I'm constantly in a state of being soaking wet, in the mud, 24 hours a day. My feet are already developing a fungus that can become quite painful. My mind is aching for some open air and a vista. Along with bouts of diarrhea, I'm vomiting as well. Existence in the jungle is a dark, closed-in experience that can play on the psyche in horrible ways. Nightmares are dogging me constantly in here. Often I dream of being somewhere else, someplace pleasant. But when I wake up, my heart drops. So I realize I'm still in the jungle, sleeping in the mud.
Finally. All right. A big river and an opening. Oh yeah. Now that is nice. Look at that opening. This looks like home to me. Boy, as soon as I hit that sunshine though, the sweat just starts pouring. There's a good fresh stream coming out just up there. I can avoid drinking the water from this river. Everything that's bad flows into this river, so the cleaner water is the smaller streams, actually. I gotta cool down. Now maybe tomorrow I can make my way across this river if there's a shallow spot somewhere. Wouldn't trust going across here right now. Now you can see over here, there's a farm over there. It's an active farm too, so there might be vegetables there that I can, well, steal. The only problem with taking vegetables here, if you have permission, well, that's one thing. If you don't have permission, you can find yourself decapitated. That's not a good thing.
It's not that the Hewa will just attack you outright, but if you steal, you're taking away their very survival.
No doubt the river will flood from time to time, so I can see it by all the washout where I am right now. I'm gonna go up in here. There's a flat space, and tuck in here and just make myself a little quickie shelter. Help me get through the night. This is not gonna be anything fancy, just something quick to keep me out of the rain. Now the beauty of what I'm doing here is this greenery that I'm working with is really easy to work with. And I've got probably a rain-tight shelter here. It's amazing what you can do with a bit of nylon rope and a machete. Well, it's time finally to put that little survival stove to the test. The first thing I'll try is they've got this little package of survival beef bouillon.
This little survival stove is great in a pinch. The small white chemical tablets are fuel, just enough to boil water and get me something hot to drink. Two things sorely missed in a survival situation: something nice and cold, and something nice and hot. And when you're forced to live in a state that seems less than human, anything that makes you feel more human is a bonus and can lift your spirits high.
There we go. Definitely enough to probably kill most, if not all, parasites that are in it. Let's see what some of this survival beef bouillon is like.
Though it's best to boil water for 10 minutes, a lot of experts agree that even just bringing it to the point of boiling can be enough to kill any pathogens.
Oh, wow. That's a lot of flavor. Oh, man, that's good. Still got another treat left to enjoy today that the Hewa sent me in with, called beetle nut. It's a bit of a process. Let me show you how it works. There's the beetle nut. Now, I'm not sure how to describe what it does. It takes away your appetite, so it suppresses your appetite. All of the Hewa chew it incessantly. It's kind of like chewing tobacco for them, I think. Makes your face go numb. There's one. Oh. Oh, how do they do that? That's bitter. Oh. Two. And they take this baggie of lye. Then take a leaf. Oh my God. Oh. And you're chewing all of this. You can not throw up in the process. Hang on. Oh. That's gross. Like ammonia feeling. What a... Oh. It's not as powerful as a cocaine or an opium, but I'll tell you how I feel in an hour. How about help me get through the night? Oh, it's brutal. Oh. This is why. Oh. Oh. This is why I don't do tobacco either. Woo. Yep. My face feels numb. Okay then.
The effects of the beetle nut are more than I'm expecting, and they go a little beyond just a numb face.
Oh boy.
For the Hewa, chewing on beetle nut all day long is an addiction. It numbs their faces, ruins their teeth, suppresses their appetite, but as well, it gets them high. The high the Hewa people get from chewing beetle nut lasts for them up to an hour and a half.
Definitely more closed in than I would like it to be, but if it does rain, I'll be fine. Okay.
Well, it's not raining yet. With any luck at all, it won't rain through the whole night. At all. The only problem I have with this shelter now is that it's calling with ants. And they may be small, but they do bite. Sometimes ants are nocturnal, sometimes they're during the day. Hopefully these ones will mellow out now that it's getting good and dark.
Tonight, it's not the ants that I have to worry about.
The river's just raging right now. It's up about 2-3 feet, and I'm only another 2-3 feet higher. In fact, I was gonna make a camp right down here. Hopefully it won't come up anymore. Man, it's moving.
Only once before, in the rivers of the Amazon, did I underestimate how fast a river can rise. This time, the river may be wide, but the amount of water pushing through the valley is unbelievable, and actually predictable on a nightly basis. I'm just not familiar enough with this area.
Water rose up to here last night. Another 2 or 3 feet, and it would have been right up at my shelter. It's still pretty high this morning, so there's not much point in me trying to attempt to cross now. I'll have to wait till it recedes a bit more.
The Hewa can cross this river in bare feet with babies on their backs. Quite a big difference between a life lived in the jungle and being a visitor like myself.
Just what I was afraid of. His feet have been locked up inside of wet and muddy boots all week, and I've developed a rash and fungus on both of them. That's not good news. And on top of that, the diarrhea returned last night. So, it's really beating me up out here. But now that I'm not using the orange tarp for my shelter, I can continue to catch rain, start to flush through some fresh rainwater, and hopefully that will clean me up. Although that won't kill any parasites that might be in my stomach already.
Just as I was considering how I would cross the river to steal some food from the jungle garden, 2 Hewa men approached from the distance. They had machetes in their hands, and they seemed to have an agenda.
Hello! Okay. How are you?
How are you?
Good, good.
So, Mr. Bilson,
Yeah?
do you want to stay here or come to station? Something there?
Big Sing Sing tonight.
Sing. So,
Okay.
he go and tell us to go and ask you.
Yep. Uh-huh.
He go and
Thank you.
ask you. Do you want to stay or do you want to come to station? He told us to go
Yeah.
and stay.
Well, there you have it. I'm talking to camera. My choice was to stay, keep suffering from diarrhea in the middle of the jungle with hardly any food to speak of. But what's happened here is the villagers have come back and they've come out here to see me to tell me that there's a Sing Sing tonight in my honor. Celebration of me being here. So my choice was to stay in the jungle and suffer, or come out to the Sing Sing. Very difficult decision to make. Very difficult. 23 times I've gone out into jungles and deserts, on the ocean, in the forests, in the cold and the heat, and survived alone, without food, water, gear, camera crew, often with no backup support. And now I go on to a village in the remote jungles of Papua New Guinea, where they will celebrate my final ever Survivorman. It's fitting that it's here in Papua New Guinea, a very primeval forest, where survival is extremely difficult. But survival, that's just the beginning. What comes next is a step beyond.
This Sing Sing, as they call it, is a celebration for returning from a kill, a human kill. The killing of either someone they suspected of being a witch, a lone thief, or maybe even an entire village. It was done in my honor for surviving in the jungle, but they take it seriously. Today marks the first time in history that this village has ever been filmed, that these Hewa have ever been filmed performing a Sing Sing. And it's definitely the first time in history that a white man will be welcomed to join in. In the adventure known as life, there are those who live it vicariously, and enjoy the ride from the safety of an armchair. And that's good. There are those who have a few chances to realize incredible and life-changing experiences, and though they don't repeat them, they carry with them a growth in personal philosophy for the rest of their lives. And there are those for whom a taste is never enough, for whom the lust of adventure is nearly insatiable. And if you add to that the overwhelming desire to create and to share, then you get where I reside. For the end of one adventure only signifies the beginning of another. Temagami, Ontario. It's a nature lover's paradise. I have a cottage here. I've canoed almost every river and lake within its boundaries. There are cottages dotted throughout the remote lakes, and there are logging roads and access roads winding through the rich and beautiful forest. So you would think that survival here would be easy. Yet 98% of people who end up lost do so within a mile of their own home or cottage. It's not difficult to get turned around and lost forever in a forest as thick and deceptively beautiful as this. I've taken myself into the middle of this wonderful region to attempt to survive in the ways of my original teachings. Survival in the Great Lakes Boreal Forest crossover region.
You know, you would think with all of the places around the world that I've survived in, deserts, jungles, the Arctic, even in a life raft on the ocean, surviving out here, Northern Ontario, my own backyard, essentially, would be a bit of a walk in the park for me. Well, we're about to find out. All right, before I do too much or travel too far, I want to do my zone of assessment check. So I'm in the middle of the Northern Ontario bush, and the first zone of assessment is zone number 1 is my body. And I've got this for clothing, not much else this time. I've got a bit of an arsenal on my belt here. I've got a multi-tool and with a flint striker. I've got a belt knife, and I've got a new saw blade that I want to try out. My harmonica. So zone of assessment number 2 is immediately outside my body, which is my backpack. And number 3 is what's further beyond. And at this point, what I know I have further beyond is a lot of topography. Trees, hills, pine needles, and more mosquitoes than any human being could ever count. That's it. Just me and the Northern Ontario bush.
Though there's a lot of fresh water around, I've walked in with a small water bottle. Just not much else.
Here, I don't feel like the dangers are very many at all. Oh, I know people really worry about bears. I mean, I'd be more worried about a moose in the rutting season anytime. I gotta be real careful I don't just turn myself around in circles. Try to stay walking in a relatively straight line if possible. I mean, one way to do that is to go around the left side of this tree. Keep moving. Go around the right side of the next tree. Left side, right side. And that can sometimes help to keep me going in a straight line. Another thing I can do is, while I walk, I've got the sunlight, and by the time of the day, I know it's high in the sky. If I keep it in a certain spot on the side of my head and keep walking, keeping it there, then I'm going pretty straight. Well, while I walk, I've been hoping to find maybe a stream or even puddles of water, something. I mean, this is Northern Ontario. It's the land of fresh water. I'm finding nothing, but this might be able to help me right here. This is all sphagnum moss. I've been told this has a natural antiseptic in it, and this will be my toilet paper for the time out here. It's actually what native cultures used to use as padding for baby diapers. And it's a good drink of water. And there's lots of it along here, so I can quench my thirst just by squeezing moss. One-stop shopping. My toilet paper and my bottle of water. This plant here is, well, it's not much in terms of being a wild edible. I can't really eat it, but it's still good knowledge to have. It's called gold thread, but it's also called cankerroot. You can chew on this and keep it in my mouth. Chew, 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 chew. Never swallow. Spit it out. And the enzymes of this root work on the cankers and heal them. And it's incredible how well it works, actually. And see, oh, mosquito down my throat. When you're in a survival situation, sometimes it's not a bad injury that really puts you down. It's something as simple as having a mouthful of ulcers or a stomach ache or just a sprain or something like that. So knowing a few medicinal plants like this can make a big difference in a survival situation. Mosquitoes. Now, if I can find a plant that will repel all these mosquitoes, that'd be helpful.
Searching for wild edible plants is a constant in survival. But you have to know exactly what you're looking for, or you risk sickness, even death.
Sometimes the time of year dictates what it is I can eat. This should be a good time of year for berries, but again, in a survival situation, the emphasis is on should be. Doesn't mean it is, and it doesn't mean I'll find them. Some bunch berries here that are almost starting to get ripe. If I can find some red ones, I've got myself a meal. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, I think I found myself a fast meal here. There's a plant called wild cucumber, another plant called starflower, and they're side by side, and here they are. There's some starflower, but I think I might have found some wild cucumber. If I did, that's a beautiful thing. I'm gonna check this out. It's wild cucumber. It looks like I've got myself a meal. I'm really carefully peeling away from the tuber. That's awesome. Oh. And it tastes just like it. Oh, that's good. And there's 4 or 5 more here. It's sweet tasting. That is delicious. It's got to be wild cucumber. But there's a plant here that's the same plant, and it looks like a different growth. And I'm not certain, all of a sudden. I haven't seen, really, ever before, a full, mature wild cucumber, right? Just in the books kind of thing. It's been a long time since I've seen one in the wild, and here I am eating one, and it tastes like one, but this part of it, the way it looks like this, I've never seen before. So here's the part that I saw, but then there's this stem that comes up, and these guys, probably a wild plant expert looking at it going, yeah, that's wild cucumber, eat away, it's awesome. Or someone going, no, that's the poisonous such and such, don't touch it. But I just went from certain to uncertain. I hate that feeling. Well, I've eaten it now, so I won't eat any more till I find out how I feel.
I've always been a fan, if you have the experience, of mobile, proactive survival. Moving on, looking around the next corner. Maybe I'll find a cabin, a vehicle, even a road. Staying put in forest this thick just never seems like the right option to me. Not if I have a choice.
This is yet another way to get some water. No sphagnum moss here, just this punky, rotten wood. I'm gonna reach into the center of it here. It's all soaking wet, and this is good water to drink. I can just keep hydrating myself as I walk through the bush, constantly putting liquid into my body because it's hot here. The mosquitoes are bad, the heat's intense, the humidity's thick, but there's not much to drink where I am right now. So This'll do it. Good fresh water. I keep seeing blueberries here, but unfortunately, I don't see them in season yet. All I see is the plant itself. That doesn't mean it's not useful, because I can actually make blueberry tea out of the leaves if I find a way to boil water. So often people think, well, you can just find some berries and live off raspberries and blueberries. Boy, if I was in that area in July or August, that's what I'd be doing. You've got to find those big patches of blueberries and raspberries, and they might be many miles in between them. So it's blueberry tea, I guess.
I have to always, always think about getting material for fire starting.
Now this is good birch bark. This definitely falls under the category of gather it while I see it. I don't want to go all the way around the tree and pull off too much and go too deep, because that actually kills the tree. But in this case, I'm just taking just the dead stuff that's on the outside, that's all. This way, I can gather the bark I need and feel like I'm not damaging the forest at the same time. I just keep gathering as I go and hope that I don't start throwing up, because what I thought was wild cucumber was something else. Oh, look at this. See, this is when I wish I knew more about mushrooms, because if this was edible, well, that's a nice bulk of food there, but I have no idea. And learning mushrooms is extremely difficult. You have to be shown by an expert. You can't do it with a book at all. The only real mushroom I know that I'm confident picking is the shaggy mane, grows in my backyard. Problem with eating mushrooms, if I eat it and I'm wrong, I could die. Very dangerous. Talking about it and knowing it are two different things.
This is wandering survival. Pushing onwards, always looking for the right place to spend the night. This is the way it normally goes.
Every once in a while, I just find myself in these pockets where mosquitoes are incredibly intense. One interesting phenomenon that's happened with me, mosquitoes, is that over the years of doing survival and guiding, I've been bitten so many times, and I had to remain stoic because maybe I was guiding teenagers or something like that, and I didn't want to have them panicking. And so the mosquitoes, I'd have 6, 7 mosquitoes on my arms biting me, and there we go. They would just bite and fill up on blood. And then I began to notice after a while that I wasn't getting bites anymore. I mean, nothing, not a single bump. So this guy's gonna bite me, he's filling up with blood right now. Nothing's gonna be there. Nothing to itch, nothing to scratch. She goes on to make more mosquito babies. There she goes, fat with my blood.
It's not that the mosquitoes don't drive me insane, they do. But just knowing I no longer have to endure itchy welts all over my body is an incredible psychological comfort.
Just still looking for a place to sit and sleep the night out. I think I've made a drastic error. I should have started looking for a place to be a lot earlier. Maybe even built a shelter. But I've just been going and going. It's too late to do a lot of things. I'm just gonna find a place to sit down. I'm getting too tired to do anything else.
Surviving like this is kind of like an adventure race. I just don't stop. I keep going. It's actually so much closer to any real lost victim's reality than building elaborate shelters or traps.
God. Not getting myself prepared for tonight was just stupid. I just kept walking until I realized that I was walking into the dark. I've got no shelter. And the mosquitoes are just terrible. First night out, and I don't know that I'm gonna sleep at all. Ow! Ow. The hell just bit me? That hurt. Oh. Mosquitoes just didn't seem this bad during the day. They're intense now. Oh. Oh, God.
A fire would have been smart, yet I simply overlooked making one. Too busy pushing on in the warm weather.
That sounds like rain. That is rain. There's rain coming in. Great. It's just sprinkling for the moment, so. Ow! Right in my eye. I hear the storm coming. That makes these massive pine trees are like lightning rods. So I'm really sitting in, the worst possible place for lightning coming through. Out in the rain getting drenched, or dry here and getting electrocuted. This is impossible to sleep like this.
Lost victims are motivated to keep moving by many different things. Fear, longing to see their family again, even embarrassment. Whatever it takes, sometimes you have to just keep moving.
Well, it only rained a little bit off and on through the night. Looks like it's gonna clear up here today too, so who knows? This time of year, it rains and then it stops and then it's sunny and then it rains again and thunderstorms. You get everything. I'm just gonna keep moving and see what I find. You know, for years, I have traveled with a harmonica, and I've played it at night to bring me comfort and keep me company, especially around the fire. But the actual and real use that I have put it to in any survival situation, especially when I have to go through woods like this, is to play while I walk. Basically, it scares away anything that I don't want to run into. Now, I don't know, you're probably thinking bears, and that's probably true. I don't really want to run into a black bear. 99.99999% of the time, if I see one, he's going to be running like a shot, or she. And I've had them where I've come upon a mother and the cubs run up the tree and the mother takes off and I'm standing at the bottom of the tree looking at the cubs. That's usually what happens with a black bear. That said, I play this harmonica while I walk and I don't have to test my theory. You can see clearly that there's an opening up there. I can see the water from here. So now I can base my travels on the lake, follow the shore, or do what I need to do to get out of here. You come with me. So here's some berries. It's a poisonous look-alike. This is the Clintonia borealis. It looks so much like blueberries. The plant doesn't look like blueberries at all, but if you know what a blueberry looks like, but the berries do, and if you were confused, and I've seen people that are by this plant, you could try eating it, and it's poisonous. I better get myself set up before it gets too dark. It's gonna be too late otherwise. Wow, this is thick. Every time I think I'm going through to a clearing, I'm not.
The assumption is that jungles are thick and forests are walkable. Yet sometimes it's very much the opposite.
All right, here we go. This overhang, and knowing that the northwest wind is coming from in behind this rock, this will do the trick tonight. Maybe if I put up a few poles, get a little fire going this time as well, help keep the mosquitoes away. All right, I gotta get busy because before long that sun's gonna set again. It's one of the reasons why I love having a handsaw like this. Don't get me wrong, an axe is great too. I love having an axe, but an axe is heavy to carry. Okay, that's one. 40 more. You know, the principle behind shelter building, or one of them, is that try to use stuff that's in the vicinity to make your shelter. It's the way igloos are made, really. You think that, oh, they put all the blocks on top of the snow? Nope, the blocks are dug out to make a big hole, and that's half the igloo right there. Then the blocks are put up over top of that hole. You scoop out and put on top. That's some of the, hopefully most of the grunt work done. I'm gonna go up by the rock and take stock and see what I've got. Well, it's not much. Probably one of the lamest shelters I've ever made, but believe it or not, half of it's made for me because of this rock, so really, I think I'll be fine here if it comes on to rain. And better than that, there'll be some air moving here to hopefully keep the mosquitoes down. That's a big concern for me, because last night was brutal. All right, I want to get a fire going.
This is very much a land flowing with fresh, drinkable water, which thankfully takes that need out of the equation of survival. So with water and shelter looked after tonight, I won't sit out in the dark without a fire going.
Getting a fire going is a lot like a cooking show. You gotta have all your ingredients laid out. In a birch tree, I found this fungus. See that? This stuff can take a spark. I'm going to hope that I can make that happen here. I've never been shown how to do this, so I don't even know if this is the right thing to do, but my gut says chew it up a little bit. Look at that, that's amazing. Can't believe how well that works. And I had no idea it was gonna work this well. I've never tried this stuff before. I'm just gonna try, I'm just experimenting. Let's try this, let's try breaking a bit off into the cedar bark. Some of the coals. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. All right, yeah, now we're talking. This stuff is fantastic, this tinder fungus. Wow, I've never seen anything like that before. All right, so I'm gonna save this tinder fungus because that's just awesome. This is some other birch fungus, but the beauty of this is it's said anyway that the smoke from this fungus helps to keep mosquitoes away. So I'm just gonna let this guy hover right there. This is gonna be a much better night than last night.
The small plastic bottle I've been using to collect water can now be put to a second important use. One that for many lost victims, if they knew this technique, could save their life.
Well, let's try this. I have no wire, no string, but I usually, when I get out into the wilderness, make it so that my belt is actually a rope. I've done that for years, and I can say that has come in handy more times than I can count. Here goes nothing. All right, so I'm just gonna put some blueberry leaves in there now. Get that back on the flames. Now, we watch water boil.
I'm surviving in the Canadian northern forest, where from 1 hour to the next, I could go from a manageable existence to a horrific endurance test.
This may not look it, and I might not feel it in a couple hours, but right now, it's actually comfortable. Just by simply setting up under this rock, the warmth of a fire, and to have the mosquitoes gone, and then combine that with hot water that I've been able to boil in plastic. It's unbelievable. Oh man, that's good. Having hardly slept at all in a couple of days, this night's gonna help.
The danger of settling into a place that is kind of okay for survival is that I can wait too long before I make my next move, and my energy becomes depleted too much to head out. So I'm going to keep moving. In the course of moving on, I can make things much worse for myself, too. Everything in a survival situation is an important judgment call.
Oh, okay. Oh boy. See bear scat here. And that's precisely why I play the harmonica while I go through. I'm gonna make it to the clearing. I can see the clearing and water. Ow! Ow! Oh, hey, hey, hey. That looks good. I see water. Haha. I see food. Now I see why. I'm starting to see different signs of animals. Everything comes down here to feed, including me. Oh man. You won't believe what I just found. I wouldn't expect to find this down here. And I did. And there's lots of it. Oh, I gotta show you this. This is one of my favorite finds when it comes to looking for food in the northern forest like this. This is called creeping snowberry. It's these tiny little white guys. You just lift up the plant like this to expose the berries. Oh, what a score. So this is my first little treat of the marsh. My second bigger treat was out there.
The cattail has two benefits, both as a food source and also as a fire starter. It grows throughout the world, and it's an incredible filter of pollution or otherwise contaminated water. But the best thing about it for survival is that it usually grows in abundance.
There's the kind of chunk I'm looking for right there. Peel the layers away. Oh, yeah. Now we're talking. This one's nice and tender. All right, I'm going to keep eating more of these cattails and get myself filled up. There's a lot of them, easy to grab. And tasty. And this is super calorie efficient eating in a survival situation. It's being able to come to a place like this. Just pick, eat, pick, eat, pick, eat. And the creeping snowberries were just a huge bonus. All right, I'm gonna take the next hour or so and just sit here and eat. And then head back through and see what's up around the corner. This is just really weird. I see something on the ground. I bent down to pick it up. One wild blueberry. It's absolutely a blueberry. And there's not a single blueberry plant around me. So just here, in the middle of the swamp, there's one wild blueberry laying on the ground. How does that happen? I don't know. I guess maybe a bird had it in its beak and was flying overhead and dropped it. Dropped it down for me.
Ooh, sinking in. Ah! Drop the camera in. The one camera that's not waterproof. That's what I want. That's an amazing fire starter.
What do you look for in a survival situation? Do you try to find shelter, food, water? No. What you really are on the search for is a way out. Rescue, salvation, human activity, anything to take you out of your misery, because there is nothing about surviving that isn't miserable.
After a while, you know you could be getting close to something when you start to see signs of humans. Think of this old junk lying around here. Coming up to the edge of the shore here. Again, just looking around. You gotta be kidding me. It is. Check this out. Huh. Look at that. Unbelievable. Now, I myself have stored more than one canoe in my lifetime. My father and I used to hide boats in different places, old fishing lakes and spots that were our favorites, and I've probably come across at least 4 or 5 boats and canoes in my lifetime, just traveling around, being in the bush. And here we go. No more bush hiking for me. I wonder if there's a paddle, though. I don't see one. I'm just gonna angle this so that I can hide from the rain if it comes in. It's be a nice sheltered spot. You never know in a survival situation what you're gonna find. A cabin, a cottage, a big cave, or rock overhang. In this case, a big old canoe. I don't have a paddle. Really tough to make a paddle, but what I can make is a pole. If you want to rain now, you can. Won't bother me.
Whenever I find signs of human activity, it makes me feel more up. The energy from the find is a psychological boost and motivates me to get active.
I think still one of my favorite things with tinder is mixing and matching all the different tinders together. Birch bark, pine needles, sometimes cedar bark. But to set all of this off, it's going to be the cattail fluff. The trick to the cattail is getting it as fluffy as possible. The fluffier I can make it, the better. The more likely it will be to take a spark. Look at that. Now, come on, catch, catch, catch. There we go. The birch bark takes the flame from the cattail. The cattail's already gone out. So the birch bark takes the flame. Pine needles come over top. So far tonight, I'm getting lucky with the mosquitoes. They're not too bad. Not yet. And the rain's held off.
There's a phenomenon that happens here. I call it the 10-minute warning. Depending on what the temperature is like, you get a situation where you start to hear this hum, this buzz in the distance. If that happens, look out. Because within almost 10 minutes exactly, you're about to be swarmed by mosquitoes. And what it is, my understanding is that the mosquitoes are actually, they're all sitting on their little branches and leaves and blades of grass, and they actually are warming up their body temperature, getting ready. And then they take off on their hunt for blood. And when you hear that 10-minute warning, it's going to be a bad night. I haven't heard it yet. If I'm going to hear it, it's going to be soon.
can just hear the mosquitoes are buzzing and they're echoing. I don't know how many there are, but it sounds like a million because of the canoe. Oh. Oh. This is insane. Oh, mosquitoes, mosquitoes. Still raining. It rained pretty much all night, and I just tucked in here. The good news was with the rain, every time it was hard, the mosquitoes would go away, so I had this time where I would sleep more while it was raining. But then when it would stop raining, the mosquitoes would come in again and wake me up. And pretty intense this morning. So, awesome rain shelter. Not so good for the mosquitoes. I gotta make my way out of here, figure out how I can maneuver this canoe in the water. I'm gonna need to make a pole.
So the reason why I want to take all this bark off and make this as smooth as possible, because if I'm poling in rapids or anything like that, then I don't want to be slicing my hand open on points and things sticking out from the wood. I want this to be nice and smooth. Makes it a lot easier to work with. One of the reasons why I like mobile survival so much rather than just sitting still is you end up finding a lot more things that can be advantages for your very survival. And the thing is, you've got to start it early before you start getting tired. And in this case, come upon a canoe, those types of finds are everything in a survival situation. And they don't happen when you're sitting still. So there we go. There's my pole. And I'm sure it will do the trick. Let's get out of here.
Another hour or two of rain, and finally, I get a break in the weather. And now it's possible to move on.
It's nice that there's a big long rope on this thing too. Let's see if she floats. Perfectly.
From my knowledge of this region, I know that if I head upstream, I can make it to a road. And sometimes, you have to take the harder path to make it to safety. The path of least resistance is not always the best direction to travel.
There's only one way to do this. To break one of my own major important rules, and that is I'm going to go in the water with my boots, get my feet wet. Sometimes to get to where you have to go, you gotta break the rules. And away we go.
It can be very dangerous to allow myself to get wet during survival. If I can't get out to safety or get dry before the night, then I run the risk of chilling down to the point of hypothermia.
All right. Beautiful. Beautiful. The whole trick to poling is to get in a rhythm and then have the pole kind of stay up against the back of the canoe as you shove it into the ground underneath, and it keeps you straight.
Wilderness survival travel must always be slow and steady. One small slip on a rock and a broken or badly strained ankle can cause death. One dunking in the water can lead to hypothermia. One turn to the east when I should have turned to the west can change a route to safety to a trip into hell. And yet all the safety consciousness and all the tough decisions have to be employed while having had little sleep or food, which only serves to reiterate the fact that nothing can be done quickly in a survival situation. Fortunately, in an area like this, the beauty that surrounds me serves to calm the mind and spirit, making survival even more possible.
There's a flat, straight clearing right across up there that to me looks like a road. And I know these roads in this area. Walk my way out to the highway and home.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. The road. That's enough of this poling up the river. I'm getting out of here.
Even only a mile from your cottage or home, you can quickly find yourself lost and alone. Then the fight to survive begins. All the while you know that there are roads and buildings somewhere, and so onwards you push. Sometimes towards safety, sometimes into certain death. And too often, only miles from your own bed. It happens every year. It happened this year, and it'll happen to someone next year. Prepare yourself for survival when in the wilderness always, so it doesn't ever happen to you.